ability to do that work. I think by this being approved, it gives us more weight in terms of having those discussions and encouraging that.
And I'm realizing, I'm just thinking out loud here that, you know, we have our new PBRs coming up, our new deals with EPCOR coming up, all three of them in the next year, and maybe that's something we need to be asking for in those PBRs, is some mechanism to make sure that as they're doing that rehab work in neighborhoods that we're renewing, that they also anticipate this growth and do that work at the same time. And we could probably build that into the PBR as a measurable.
And that is something we've been not definitively talking about. We don't want to predetermine something before approval, but certainly have had those discussions internally and at times with EPCOR, depending on the location of the neighborhoods.
Yeah, it probably doesn't need a motion at this point. We just need to remember to ask when we get to it. So if between all of us, if we can remember to raise that question when we do the next agreements with them, I think it would be really helpful. Great, thanks.
Councillor Caterina. Councillor Caterina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for clarity, Councillor Walter's question on the $30 billion. Unfortunately, I don't think there's anybody in administration right now sitting in front of us that has the historical recollection except Mr. Lockman, possibly, going back to 2010. And certainly Councillor Henderson and Mayor Iveson yourself were there at the time, and the inventory that was taken and what was needed in order to bring 300 and some odd neighborhoods back to standard, and some were Fs and some were Ds and some were Cs, those sorts of things. And that number was the number, and if we go back through the minutes of a decade ago, they're there somewhere. So that's where that number came from the audit that was done on what would be needed in order to bring all neighborhoods up to an acceptable standard. So if yourself or Councillor Henderson recalls, I don't know if you recall, but...
Well, Councillor Henderson had some role in that from a citizen perspective, and the sort of infrastructure strategy that was being developed more than a decade ago. So I think he might be well placed to provide one perspective on that. So if and also Mr. Loughlin might have a further thought.
I think those dollar figures were our infrastructure deficit, and really talked to the renewal piece. It wasn't necessarily what we needed to be doing. It wasn't what we needed to do. It included growth, but it was also growth and renewal. So it's work that, and a lot of that work we've done with our neighborhood work, et cetera, and our arterial road work. It includes all of that. So it wasn't about what we needed to do infill. It's what we needed to do to get our communities back in good repair, because we hadn't been doing good repair.
Right, that's my point.
Dealt with that.
Yeah.
So, Councillor Caterina, it's Adam, and I don't have all the numbers in front of me, but the work was done, and it was done with EPCOR and others. It was really identifying that infrastructure deficit that we had from the years of not investing in our infrastructure, and it led
absolutely correct. Yeah,
and it led to what you've identified, the neighborhood renewal program. And since that program has been put in place in 2008, we've been addressing that infrastructure deficit. Certainly not there, and the program continues to address it. But it was really the infrastructure, and you called it the Ds and the Fs, to bring them to the appropriate level based on the infrastructure deficit policy.
And I would just add maybe that the $30 billion number, Ben's comments Councillor Henderson's comments jogging my memory, that would include, the rec centers that needed to be rehabilitated, as well as the rec centers we needed to build. So it was a combination of where we'd fallen behind with growth, as well as deferred maintenance that had accumulated. And likewise on roads, it was the twinnings that we had yet to do, as much as the rehabilitation of the roads that were beginning to fall apart that we needed to do. So it was kind of the perfect storm as growth was hitting us of new need for infrastructure as well as repair of the aging. That's what the big $30 billion number is, but no doubt there were billions of dollars in there specifically for underground and surface infrastructure at the neighborhood level, and both residential and non-residential, significant, and that would be the Winterburn Road, Winterburn industrial roads issues and so on and so forth were all in that number. And we've chipped away at that considerably, but there's still more work to do, no doubt.
Yeah, and that was the context of my comments, and to Councillor Walters, hopefully that gives you some context of that number and the combination of issues that we were dealing with a decade ago. So just in the last few seconds here, Mr. Mayor, subsequent motions, just to clarify, the only concern that I have left is the caveat along with the no growth zones. That would be a subsequent, or that could be an amendment now.
Sorry, well, we've already relabeled them to be future growth and then also added some wording about what the staging of moving into that future growth would be. So if
so
there's
about the staging, would that that's done, or that could still be amended at this point or not?
It would depend. If it was contrary to what was already adopted by council yesterday, it would be out of order. If it was refining it, I'd have to see it. But I think Councillor Walters' subsequent motion to dig into that further, which admin's going to do as part of the development of the growth management framework anyway, but to make sure we get reports back on that and some further discussion on it. And then the plan is amendable. I mean, yes, it's high stakes, obviously, because this sets the, very much the overall vision and the plan. But, if you think about our previous MDP and TMP, they've been, since we adopted them a decade ago, they've been amended dozens of times to refine those issues as further policy's been developed, either at the regional level or our own city vision or policy. So I think that can refine as the growth management framework work unfolds. And I'd suggest that as we work through that would lead to the most thorough potential set of amendments to the plan around all of that language, rather than us trying to do it on the fly any further at this point today. But that's just my recommendation as chair, because I want to finish today. But recognizing there's a huge amount of work to answer the questions that you've raised and the questions that speakers have raised about what that will practically mean.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're most welcome. Any other process questions or niggly-nagglies? I've got, I'm not sure who to pass the chair to, because Councillor Knack's got the motion on the floor. Councillor Banga is at home. Who's sort of next in the queue here today? Councillor Walters? Okay, if you would take the chair. So this is the Nodes and Corridors conversation got me thinking a little bit that this is maybe very, very granular, but I was looking at map 3 again, and the legend doesn't explain what the little building blocks are. So there are some look like subnodes, and I live near one of those, and I'm excited about the development of my subnode, which is at the end of a corridor next to an LRT station. So I'm trying to walk the talk. But what did the little buildings mean?
They're an aesthetic flourish.
Okay,
Which
good
are also
answer.
meant to denote that the plan needs more planning. It was our playful way of saying you can't take every single object in this absolutely 100% certainly. Like we need to do more fine level district plans. So there will be no land use associated with that.
Okay,
We didn't get any comment from Jamie on its graphic design to that regard, but maybe this is the right time to ask again.
No, Mr. Mayor, I agree with Ms. Anderson. You'll also notice there's vehicles on the roads and stuff. This was to try and make it human and bring the scale to it.
Yeah, I don't see any bikes. That's very
Well,
upsetting.
exactly. It's not all detailed involved.
Exactly, okay. So then the other little question, thinking back to, and not to usurp Councillor Walters as ward councillor, because we've both talked about this in the past. Maybe, 40th Avenue and the possibility of a station there at some point, and I don't know if that was a potential secondary corridor, or if as this iterates, there are tertiary corridors or some other category of, because that's got fronting development with aging building stock on it, both low and medium density. And in the absence of a train station, it doesn't make sense to talk about it. But if there's been conversation about train and future proofing for that in the past, is that something that was studied, or would that be something that direction would need to be given to study it in the future?
No, it's a perfectly understandable question. So for the purpose of the scale of the city plan, we've captured the level of detail that we think is appropriate at this scale.
Okay.
But then the next level of work, district planning, it'll be like you take a magnifying glass and zoom in another few levels, and you'll start to see much more fine-grained. You'll see a bike perhaps, because we'll be able to see that at that scale. Whereas in the city plan, only a helicopter would fit.
Gotcha. So in any one of these districts, the opportunities for other secondary corridors to be identified, or other specific district nodes to be identified, or even the presence at the district level of subnodes and subcorridor, I don't want to call them that from a pejorative perspective, but that will flesh out those other opportunities.
So
And then this map and this plan could be amended accordingly as it evergreens with those district planning efforts.
that's a really good point about the iteration. I would say for the first version of the district plans, they will be taking the approved primary and secondary nodes and corridors. But then as we zoom in, we can start to think about those tertiary, those smaller ones. So something like Ritchie Market is an example of a local node, which is too small to fit on this scale of map, but would probably show up in the district level.
Okay, that's really helpful to understand how this will iterate, and when we zoom in, there should probably be a scooter too. I don't want to be, exclusionary to all of the different rolling modalities. So anyway, I really appreciate that clarification. That's helpful interpretation for the graphic approach to this, but that district planning is going to be fun. So Councillor Walters, you got one more clarifying?
Yeah, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Or I was going to get you to ask it, but
Oh, okay, hold on. Yes, right, I still have some time. I'm happy to ask it. And it is one of those clusters of buildings, actually, which got me thinking about it, which is the south campus of the university, which is alternate jurisdiction until they decide to do market development, which we understand is their plan with the land trust coming back on. So would our district planning effort around that align with their iteration of their long-term development planning and the work of the land trust to bring those buildings to fruition in a way that is hopefully nested within the district in a compatible and beneficial way, mutually beneficial way?
Yes.
Cool. Okay. And has our modeling contemplated the level of development aspiration that the university land trust has in the long term for their property, which they can do what they want if it's academic, but again, if it's market, they've got to come to us and cooperate, and have been much more collaborative in recent years, in my view. So this question's without prejudice at all. But are they? We've modeled in their aspirations to our thinking at this stage.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, those things have been considered as, based on the information that we have on hand through both our transportation and land use modeling.
Because I think that could be quite a node in the fullness of time, actually, at least at the district level. So, okay, thank you very much. Are there any other clarifying questions or process questions? Thank you. I'll take the chair back. I'll call one more time for amendments, if there are any. Okay, hearing none, then that would allow us to transition back to new information and Then if there are no further amendments after that, council could consider closure of the public hearing, but again, not to prejudice what we might learn from new information and further questions and so on and so forth. But to keep things moving, we have 7 more individuals who have registered overnight for new information. So thank you to Councillor Katarina for suggesting that we should make this opportunity available this morning. Pleased that we have Kirsten Goa first, then Mariah Samji, then Mick Graham, then Bob Summers, then Iqbal Mahal, then Paul Greywall, then Kamaljit Benipal, who I think is a new speaker, who we haven't had previously. So the first 6 we've heard from previously, and Mr. Benipal has registered specifically for new information since we originally heard from speakers. So same rules as before. For Mr. Benipal's benefit, you'll have 5 minutes to present when we get to you, up to 5 minutes. And then please stay on the line as there may be some questions for you. And would clerks like me to read the whole?
We probably should read the whole process again, and just to flag that we've had 2 additional speakers that came in this morning. And Hani Barzagar and Dave Perwal are also on the list, please. And we'll circulate that
As
information.
8 and 9?
Yes, please.
Sorry, Hani
I believe it's Barzagar.
Barzagar. Okay, I'm just going to then quickly roll call all of our speakers once I think I might have given back the, so the procedures, let me see if I can do it from memory. The procedures for this a period of new information is that each of you will have 5 minutes to make your comments. The clerk will run the official timer. Those of you coming in from home, which is all of you at this point, please use a timer to govern your 5-minute time limit. When you're finished, though, please stay at the microphone or on the line here, as councillors may wish to ask you questions in response to new information that you've provided. After we've heard all comments from the public under new information, then council would be in a position to close the public hearing if there are no further questions of administration and no further amendments. However, if there is any further discussion or any further changes and amendments, then we would call new information one more time and break to allow folks to register if they wish to provide a second round of new information. Or if anybody else beyond folks registered here have any further comments arising. So I would just indicate that for those participating virtually, again, please refrain from using the chat function in Google Meet during the meeting, as it can create some issues of decorum and potentially provide an unfair advantage and interferes with the live stream. Additionally, please remember to mute your microphone when you're not presenting or answering questions. If you're experiencing any difficulties, the Office of City Clerk has resources available to facilitate communication for those participating in the statutory public hearing process. Please reach out using the contact information provided in your registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. Speakers list for the new information at this time block, as well as the new information we received last night, will be provided on edmonton.ca/meetings for your reference. Finally, for those here with us in person, please remember that the temporary mandatory face covering bylaw 19408 is in effect. We ask that you keep your mask on at all times, including while making your remarks to City Council. You will notice that members of council and administration may take off their masks from time to time while we're behind the plexiglass barriers, but we'll put them back on when moving about the room and talking with each other during the meeting. We appreciate your understanding and participation in keeping everyone safe. And I guess this would, strictly speaking, include a new information call subsequent to the conversation here this morning and the new information that was provided last night. So under new information, which may or may not be the last call, but assume that it is if there are no further questions or amendments. Now I will roll call the speakers just to make sure we can see and hear you okay, or at least hear you. Kirsten Goa, are you there? Good morning. Welcome. Mariah Samji.
Good morning.
Welcome back. Thank you. Mick Graham.
Here.
Welcome back. Thank you. Dr. Bob Summers.
I'm here.
Welcome back. Iqbal Mahal.
Thank you. I'm here.
Hello again. Paul Greywall.
Yes, good morning, Mayor.
Good morning and welcome back. Kamaljeet Benipal,
Yeah, good morning. I'm here.
welcome. Hani Barzagar,
Good morning, I'm here.
welcome, thank you. And Dave Purwall,
I'm here.
welcome. Okay, have we had any other registrations under new information?
That's all we have for now.
Okay. Ms. Goa, the floor is yours for up to 5 minutes if you need them. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. I'm going to try to keep this somewhat brief, which isn't, I know, my tendency. But I just really wanted, after listening last night, to really reiterate the fact that, 10, 12 years ago, hundreds of us turned out repeatedly to insist that we become responsible with our land use. And that wasn't necessary this time because this plan does that. And that the limits on growth
Point of
here
privilege,
in
Mr.
terms
Mayor.
of,
Sorry?
Sorry, just I'm not making out what Ms. Go is saying, so if there's any adjustment she could make to her.
I'm on my phone.
Well, we can hear you better now, so whatever you've done is
Yeah?
working better.
Okay.
So speak directly into the,
I will try to not move my phone if this works
perfect.
now. Okay.
Perfect, thank you. Carry on.
Okay. Um, so yeah, hundreds of us turned out around the last municipal development plan in order to really remind council that we need to be more responsible with our land use. And that wasn't necessary this time because we have a plan that actually really considers how to be more fiscally as well as environmentally and socially responsible with our growth. The changes in this plan are actually pretty modest in terms of what they accomplish, but they start to bend the curve, since we like those terms these days. And if we keep kicking the can down the road in terms of our growth decisions, we're going to run into a brick wall. So I really just want to, again, reiterate that we need to be really thoughtful about that, and that it's the most fiscally responsible decision is to focus on building those 15-minute communities, addressing the 90 NSPs that we already have, and also recognizing that change management is going to be required for all of us. We're living in a very changing world right now, and this plan does mean some changes, but that I'm confident are that all the city builders in Edmonton have the adaptability and innovation and creativity to make this happen, and that they're already doing so. The new development that we see now is very, very different than what we saw even 10 years ago, and so I'll leave it at that. But I really just want to make sure that we don't step back from that direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Goa. Questions? Your presentation speaks for itself then. Thank you very much. Ms. Samji.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for taking the opportunity to hear from me again. I wanted to talk about a little bit about IDEA and how we've grown over the past few years that have consistently grown even through the pandemic. Over the past year, we've seen an uptake in suppliers and consultants. I say this to you because every time one of them joins, they join and they say the same thing to me. More and more of their clients and their consumers are looking for opportunities within mature and core neighborhoods. They want to be able to walk to the local pub, coffee shop, or school. I also wanted to speak to the concept of everywhereism that came up. The city plan has aspirational goals and targets. However, these targets were a result of heavy consultation from stakeholders, where concerns were brought forward about certainty, the city budget, and taxes, among many other things. However, there was a consensus at these meetings that we can't continue with business as usual. I also spoke on Monday about the cost share program for fire hydrants. We had $2.4 million dedicated towards this program. As of today, we've funded 5 of 25 projects that have come forward that needed assistance with infrastructure costs. These projects are told well after buying their land and investing in drawings, engineering, and engineering about the infrastructure costs, which does not allow businesses to make sound decisions. This process is increasing land costs today. The city plan and the study show that more resources need to be dedicated towards infill, and we still request that the target be set at 55%, because infill is significantly harder to do than the counterparts. We need help from the city to make these goals achievable, these goals that we have set that are environmental, socially, and fiscally responsible. We can do it together with clear direction and resources. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Samji. Questions? Going once? Going twice? Not seeing any. Thank you for your additional comments. Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for giving me the podium again, virtual as it may be. I had to attend to my day job yesterday, so I missed the discussion, but my understanding is my friends in the development industry persuaded you to change the wording from no development area to future development areas. The unfortunate reality is that the status quo has really only served developers, their builder customers, and those home buyers willing to endure long commutes to buy cheaper houses. This development pattern serves the rest of Edmonton very poorly. From 2005 to 2016, the developed area of Edmonton increased by 22%. That's a huge amount. The per capita operating cost increased by 49.8%. That's even more huge. Every time my taxes go up by around 3%, and I know that most of that is the cost of operating the city, it makes me realize that patterns need to change. We need to leave these areas undeveloped and concentrate resources on facilitating infill, including upgrading old infrastructure. We need densities in our mature neighborhoods to increase from 10 or 15 dwelling units per hectare to 40 or 50 dwelling units per hectare. The city plan and the courage of council to implement it is what's going to get us there. On the neighborhood renewal front, I've been involved in the task force with EPCOR and CHBA about hydrant funding and all the related infrastructure, and their upgrades are based solely on the number of leaks they have to fix in certain lines, rather than the neighborhood renewal efforts of the city. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Questions on any of that? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for those comments. Next is Bob Summers.
Great. Thanks, Mayor Addison. Given that the discussion turned a bit to new growth areas yesterday and some topics around that, including fiscal issues, I just wanted to share a few quick thoughts and can expand on them if there's questions. First one is that currently neither our new or our existing neighborhoods pay for themselves in the long run, and that's a problem the city faces. And there's a few solutions to that, but in the case of this plan, it looks as though we're moving towards managing that growth better, which will help with that. I can talk more about the fiscal situation if people have questions, but I don't want to waste people's time if we're good there. I also wanted to note the importance of staging. Identifying the areas of growth in a staged way that the city will expand into is really important in a plan. This plan does that. It's a good thing, and it sounds like that's going to be retained, which is great. I think that's smart to do that. Identify the areas that are growing soon, and then put aside those areas that are going to grow later. That can always be changed by future councils. If we have another oil boom and the pressure builds, and in 8 or 10 years, people want to bring forth applications, and council thinks it's a good idea to open up those areas, they can choose to do that. So that flexibility, to open things up is always there. So I'll leave it at that, and if people have questions, I'm happy to talk more.
Looks like Councillor Walters. Go ahead.
Yeah, so just one question, Dr. Summers. So the comment that, we recognize that neither Greenfield or core neighborhoods residentially pay for themselves. The medicine for that is growth in non-res. So and this kind of deals with what Mr. Graham said as well, calling the areas in the south of 41st Avenue growth areas, in part is a recognition that we need to have a more expeditious understanding of non-residential opportunities to pay for residential growth. So maybe comment on the wisdom of that, noting that, there's already non-residential development occurring, phase one being built of a particular project near the airport, and we wouldn't want to suggest there's no growth when there in fact is, and when it's the kind of growth that helps our fiscal situation.
Yeah, absolutely. And basically, if you look at it, you've got a situation where residential doesn't pay for itself, and it's subsidized by non-residential. That's, I think, pretty well agreed upon in the literature, and that's true in all cities, more in some than others. If we look at our tax rates in Edmonton and compare them, let's say, to Leduc, which was mentioned before, the concern about businesses moving to Leduc, well, they've got higher residential taxes, and those higher residential taxes allow them to have lower non-residential taxes. So I think that focusing, we saw this when Parkland County wanted to build a bunch of non-residential right up against the boundary of Edmonton, right? You want to have as much non-residential as you can strategically to help pay for the residential growth. Or the best thing to do, and I know that this isn't always politically easy, is to raise the residential taxes so that you can drop the non-residential taxes. That would be a wise thing to do in the long run, even if it's not something that's politically popular.
Yeah, so, well, no doubt that is not very popular, but when we think about the non-res-res mix, there's even some shifts that's occurring today, so that is happening in Edmonton.
That's been good.
But noting that there is a huge non-residential opportunity in what were previously called no-growth areas. I think you would support the wisdom of recognizing that those are in fact future growth areas, and that if we were only to go hog wild on building residential there as fast as we can, that would be not a very good fiscal decision, but focusing on understanding the non-residential opportunities is a good fiscal decision.
Yes, correct. I agree that ensuring that there's good opportunities for non-residential in those areas, and indeed wherever is viable in the city, makes a lot of sense from a fiscal point of view.
Good. Thanks, Dr. Summers.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Well, I just wanted to explore something with you and check it with you, because this is something that I was presented to me at a conference a number of years ago by someone who had done work, that the question of whether a neighborhood pays for itself, both in residential and in non-residential, has more to do with the density of the land use than anything else. And that in actual fact, if you're looking at commercial and retail space, if it isn't dense, if it's sitting in a vast sea of parking lots, we lose money on that too. I think it's different for industrial. I carved that out, but I think I asked the question because I think there's a slight oversimplification here that we need to be careful of in terms of the commercial and retail space. That if you do that wrong as well, if you do that without creating density in that space as well, and that there's ways that residential, is my understanding, you can get to a level of density in residential where you can reverse that. Am I remembering it incorrectly?
Yeah, so I'll clarify it. There's a couple of things there. The first one is, if we have low density or poor quality commercial, even with the tax differential, does it pay for itself? Well, if we consider that as part of the whole ecosystem, right, that non-residential units don't exist without residential, employees and often consumers if they're commercial development. So the whole system essentially doesn't work. And anytime that you build things low density, you're essentially you're usually in a bad fiscal situation unless you have very high taxes to pay for that. And cities tend not to want to increase taxes to those levels. And there's a whole reason that we can sustain this through Ponzi scheme of growth occurring on the outskirts, which isn't very viable in the long run. But basically, you're correct. If we're building low density anywhere, it's essentially not viable. And if we have high density areas, they tend to subsidize the low density areas. So a place like Oliver certainly pays for itself and then subsidizes much of the rest of the city, for example. So increasing density is critical, or alternatively, increasing taxes so that we can pay for lower densities. And that's a choice that Edmontonians and the city administration and elected officials have to make.
But so understanding that we need to be just, because I think this is something I just wanted to raise and check with you, because we need to be just as careful. If we want to reverse this trend, we need to be just as careful about how we do our non-residential planning and the densities we expect in there as we have, that it's not an automatic that we make our money back there if we plan it wrong. Is that fair to say?
I think that's a fair comment, and I agree with that. The actual, the details of the dollars are something that you'd have to look to admin to calculate, but generally speaking, I fully agree with that.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Walters, if you could take the chair.
I have the chair.
Again, Dr. Summers, thank you for really raising the level of debate on this question. And I guess I'll start with the premise that is embedded in the regional growth plan, and which is embedded in this plan too, is that we ought to aspire, not just in Edmonton, but across at least the urban nodes of this region, to achieve more compact, more infrastructure efficient growth. And this suggestion that, if we don't do less compact, less infrastructure efficient growth, the neighbors will do it for us, was a risk when there was no regional growth plan. But in your estimation, do you think the logic of that is self-evident enough to the region and to those municipalities who don't have growth? Because my sense is it is, but from your perspective, that notion of using next year's assessment growth to pay for this year's inflation pressure, we stopped being able to do that a long time ago because of the scale of the city. But some of the smaller communities around us could do that. That's the Ponzi scheme's a pretty strong way of putting it. But the alternative, especially in leaner times, is to be much more intentional about compact infrastructure efficient growth as a fiscal strategy. Is that fair?
Yeah, and I think that things have changed a lot in most, maybe not all, but most of the surrounding municipalities. And I think the elected councils and the staff in those municipalities are very aware that they too can't grow in low density ways, because they'll also face the same fiscal pressures. And so I think the regional growth plan, provides a framework and it provides a way to govern that as a region. You'll still have lower property prices in some of these areas, in many of these areas, which will provide a competitive environment. But I'm not worried about the city of Leduc growing massively, or the town of Stony Plain at the expense of development in Edmonton. So I think the situation is set pretty well for both city plan and regional growth management.
So this question though of compact, and it's very jargony, but compact infrastructure efficient growth as called for in the regional growth plan as one of its core principles. It really practically what that means is the linear amount of pipes and roads and sidewalks per person or job, assuming that the people and the jobs are the revenue units through property taxes, residential and non-residential, to pay for and maintain that infrastructure and the deployment of services through those communities. Is that fair?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
So then, and it is hard to say, and this thing, I've really come to Councillor McKean's way of thinking that this pitting of neighborhood against each other, as my neighborhood doesn't pay for itself. It's a 1950s low-density neighborhood. It's even less fiscally efficient than the neighborhoods we're building today. But Oliver, which is primarily residential, pays for itself many times over because it is extremely compact and extremely infrastructure efficient. So I think res versus non-res, suburb versus older, even higher density versus low density is all relevant, but they're building blocks to, is the system sustainable?
That's right. And is it efficient? Are there ways to shift things up to be more efficient? And again, these are all choices. We could choose to grow at great cost at low density and have much higher taxes and eat up more farmland. But we can
That
also
was the last
choose to
strategy.
increase our density.
So, but then the offset is, where do you put that burden in the tax system? Where do you recover those costs? And the communities around us, not to pick on anyone in particular, that have the highest taxes on their residential homeowners are the ones that have the least business to offset it. So there is one argument that those lower density bedroom communities with no sizable business tax to offset their cost of delivering services and maintaining infrastructure are actually sending something resembling the accurate and true price signal for what it costs to maintain a predominantly low density, predominantly residential community of 30 or 50 or 70,000 people.
Yes, absolutely.
But if you've got refineries or plants or other things to offset that, you can send a false price signal and perpetuate market failure.
Yes, that's right.
Well, we're not going to solve that one today, but at least we can get our house in order and continue to work with the neighbors to get the regional system to be optimized and efficient and sustainable at the same time by leading by example. Fair?
Yeah, we have to do all of the above, I think. Yeah.
Okay. Well, again, thank you for helping us with your learned feedback again here today. Bob, really appreciate it. I'll take the chair back.
Return the chair.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson has already gone, I think. Okay, Councillor Banga, go ahead.
Thank you. My sincere thanks to Dr. Summers for providing further information about non-res subsidizing residential taxes as they are in some other areas, and the mayor also alluded to that. So Dr. Summers, did I hear it right that non-res does help the residential taxes more than I guess residential?
So what I would say is if we take non-residential across the spectrum, so if we take all the non-residential, most theorists who study cities, most fiscal theorists would argue that they pay more in terms of the taxes than they receive in terms of services and infrastructure and so on, and that residential units on average, again, tend to pay less than the overall level of services that they use and the infrastructure that they benefit from. There's no perfect measure of this because we share the roads and we share the pipes and so on, but there is a general understanding that in most cities, and Edmonton appears to be like this at a glance, that the non-residential taxes would be somewhat high to the services and infrastructure that they make use of, and the residential would be somewhat low. And that's in large part because businesses don't vote, individuals and households do, so we tend to, it's hard to increase those taxes. But with that said, I just want to clarify, because Councillor Henderson asked this, that there are also different forms, and that in general, dense areas tend to subsidize non-dense areas as well. And if you have a lot of areas that are not very dense, you then have this fiscal problem that you don't have a long-term sustainable city at the current tax rates.
Okay, so in labeling non-growth areas to future growth areas, especially in the non-res, does it help us in the long run?
I'll be honest, I think that those words don't make a tremendous amount of difference. It's the fact that these things will be staged out as they grow. And even when it was labeled no growth, the notion in the plan was that they were going to grow at some point as you stage the infrastructure out and you coordinate the public and private investment together in a logical way. So, yeah.
No, I believe in orderly development of the city so that we don't have one neighborhood here, another neighborhood 2 miles away and whatnot.
Yeah.
But as far as the non-res is concerned, we don't want all those in our neighborhoods. We want them somewhere else. like, probably along the outskirts of the city. And we still want them areas to help us with the tax situation. You think it does that or not?
So I think that as long as the city has space and, for opportunities to grow non-residential, that they can take advantage of that, and they should do so in a logical and orderly way. So I think that's there, and then as the city gets larger and grows over time, that new areas will open up.
Okay, so by having this caveat on installments of 250,000 people increments, are we helping our tax base by driving non-res tax opportunities away from us?
No, I think there's still opportunities, and I think I would actually look to admin with that question. And I obviously can't ask it, but the city plan provides opportunity for non-residential growth in a staged way, and I think that's a logical way to do it. You could, any specific area could be opened up over time, but you don't want to open everything up because it creates inefficiencies. That's the point that I would make. And I think that by having some areas not open at present, it doesn't mean that people will need to open businesses elsewhere outside of the city of Edmonton. They can go to the areas that are already open and invest there.
Thank you. My time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Dr. Summers, for being here today. The question I have is that there are many people, especially in my ward that I've spoken to, who, when they hear high density, they kind of think of slums, in their words. And so how do we dispel this myth? And is it a fact? Is it because the market has only provided a certain kind of build form generally in North American cities that people might be aware of? Or is there a way to sort of dispel this myth that density means that it's a place you don't want to live?
So, there are reasons in Edmonton why that myth kind of persists. And what I would say, so I grew up in this city well, I grew up in Stony Plain, but I grew up in and around the city and have lived in the city for a long time. And, when I was young, if you were 18, you could buy a brand new house for $70,000. So the vast majority of people, a lot of people did that. And indeed, at that time, a lot of the people who were living in condos and apartments were low income, and they were often in poor shape, those condos and apartments, because they were quite old. We hadn't invested in them in the city for decades. So they kind of gained that reputation. And we don't have the touchstone. We're getting there. Certainly downtown, there are condo units that are well over $500,000, and we have a diversity of housing types. Most new developments are very nice, no matter the income range. So I think in part we just need to build more areas so that the perceptions change. And we do see it changing. If you ask people under 30 if living in a condo means you're living in a slum, they don't think so. This is something that's sort of held on to by older generations. So it'll change as the city changes.
Right. But in the meantime, we've got to get buy-in.
Yes.
So for people on the outside of the core of the city, it's very difficult for them to see that. And so that's kind of the challenge. And so I guess my next question would be, maybe a two-parter. Where can we find examples of really great densification that people can look to and sort of relate to? And second, when you have good densification, a lot of people in my neighborhoods where it is not very dense, they want a walkable neighborhood. They want to be able to walk to the coffee shop, walk to get some bread or some vegetables, but they can't because the proposition isn't there for business. So, wondering if you can expand on those 2 points.
Yeah, I guess if I were speaking to your constituents, I actually, over the summer, I've been biking through the city, and I bike through neighborhoods because that's what I enjoy doing. And I just last week on one of the nice days, I biked through a lot of your ward. And what I noticed is and this is what I would say if I were speaking to a constituent. There's a lot of open and underutilized areas. There's lots of spaces that if redevelopment came, regardless of the density, that it would improve the area. But if it's a little denser, that all of a sudden makes it viable for that corner store to open up that they need in the area, or it might increase the frequency of the transit stop nearby. So I don't think there's an easy solution to changing perceptions and changing the ideas that people have, other than conversation, engagement, and certainly maybe even directing some city resources at that could be valuable. To know that there are benefits to this type of development, and then also just finding some really great touchstone places in Edmonton to demonstrate that. And we still need to develop those. There probably are some, but I'm just at a moment I can't think of a really great spot to demonstrate that.
Yeah, no worries. I don't know if that's if that's you not being able to think of one, or
No, I think there are some areas, but like there are even little sort of nodes around Meadowlark Mall, for example. Not that that's that's not a truly like a place that an urbanist might think about, but it's around Meadowlark Mall. There's a lot of senior developments, and there's some density, and the mall has converted itself to being something that provides service mostly to seniors. There's a shopping, there's the Safeway there and a few other things. That's an area that density is actually keeping the bus routes much more viable, providing lots of services. That wasn't the case a few decades ago. So it's kind of like one small example that an urbanist typically wouldn't call upon because it's a little old mall, but it's actually quite nice in many ways.
well, this is helpful. Thank you. I'll have a second round of questions for you, if that's okay.
That will require a motion for a second round.
I move a second round, please.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor McKean. Please vote.
Yes, John's at it. Yes from Tim.
Yes from Wenga.
I'll just see if there's unanimous consent. Is there any objection to a second round of questions for Dr. Summers? Not hearing any, then on the second round, I am just mindful of the time, I will say. So I didn't want to assume unanimous consent there, but by unanimous consent, second round of questions. I'll be tempted to go 5 more minutes, but I'll restrain myself. Councillor Paquette, go ahead.
Thanks. This one will be quick. I just had one last question. There is also a frustration in all of our communities when it comes to traffic and when it comes to roads during rush hour getting really full of vehicles, and people have to wait 5 minutes at a light, sometimes a little bit longer. And they're like, I think this would be solved if we just built an extra lane on this road. But generally speaking, people don't know how much it costs to build a road. They don't know how much it costs to maintain it, and they don't know about induced demand. So the other worry they have is that if you densify, you're going to have more traffic, and it's going to get more frustrating. And the city won't be building the extra lane capacity for vehicles. But the city plan has a different solution, and I'm wondering if you can expand on that a little bit.
Sure. So I'll briefly just talk about the frustration, because of course it's something I've experienced myself. I drive a lot, and I grew up in this area, as I said. And hey, in the 1980s, you could drive anywhere in Edmonton in 15 minutes, pretty much any time of day. Rush hour was sort of like what mid-afternoon traffic is right now. It was quiet, and we all grew up with those roads that were overbuilt for generations, and we want that back in many ways. It's like, I just want to be able to get where I want to go quickly. But I've never been in a big city anywhere where that's really possible. And I've been in lots of American cities that have tried to freeway themselves out of this and spend tens of billions of dollars building freeways. That's an option for Edmonton. We could do that and we'd see some gain for a little while. But as you mentioned, induced demand. As you build freeways at the end of that freeway and around the edges of that freeway, people just build and build and build, and then there's more people in their cars. So city plan offers the alternative that some people, will live in a more dense environment and typically make use, or in part make use of public transit, make use of active transportation, and make use of those mechanisms of getting around. And I think the plan calls for 50% of people to shift to that, which isn't, in time, that's not really a stretch. It's ambitious, but it's reasonable given where we're at now, which is something like 24%. So we need to build the infrastructure. The nice thing about this plan is, unlike the idea of densifying the city, everywhere the same, so that you have this just expansion of density throughout the entire region, what we're saying is, hey, we're going to highlight a few areas. Their density will increase much more than other areas, and we're then going to build fantastic transit service. We'll make sure that there's great bike lanes and other ways to move from and around those areas. There'll be good and well-connected nodes so you can get between them, and that alternative will be very, very attractive. I mean, whenever any of us travel and we go to a city like Stockholm or something, we don't try and drive around it. We just hop on transit if we're in the core area, because it's more convenient, and we'll do the same here.
Sounds like you've been held hostage to their urban system. All right, thank you very much.
Any other questions for Dr. Summers? Councillor Banga?
Thank you. Just one final question for Dr. Summers.
Yep.
And that is, this goal of 50% alternative modes of travels. Considering, you've been all over the world, I suppose, and considering what's the weather in Edmonton, 6 months, you think it's possible to have that?
Well, we're at 24% now, right? And someone can correct me if that's wrong, but 24% with the weather we currently have, and to be honest, a pretty limited transit system, and a recently developed system of very limited reach of bike paths, separated bike lanes, which are viable in the winter. I'm someone who, I've become a convert over time. We can get out in winter and we can walk in lots of places, do this. I mentioned Stockholm just a moment ago, and if you've been in Stockholm in the winter, it's kind of terrible. It's like freezing rain all the time. It's wet. It's wet and cold. It's actually far worse to move around than in Edmonton. And I'm not saying we have to be like Stockholm. I'm just saying that actually people, when given those options, tend to make use of them. I would bet, and I don't have this data, but if we look at some neighborhoods in Edmonton and some areas that are very dense, we're probably already hitting 45% of people using active transportation and public transit. Actually, probably more than that. So I do think it's viable, and I don't see any barriers to it if we build the infrastructure to support it.
So could you elaborate a bit more into when you said pretty limited transit system? What do you mean by that?
So I guess the way to put it is, I'm a huge fan of public transit for cities. I advocate for it. I understand the environmental implications of private automobiles, and I hardly ever use our public transit system. And some could call me a hypocrite for it, but it's because if I hop on public transit from my house to get to my workplace, it takes me 45 minutes, 50 minutes at present. If I hop in my car, it takes me 5 to 7 minutes. And this has been true throughout my entire life, because we haven't had lots of opportunities to live in dense areas alongside of public transit. There are some, and some people choose that. And yet when I go to other cities where we've structured the city right and we've planned density alongside really great transit networks, where you walk out and within 5 minutes there's a bus or a train that's taking you in the direction you want to go, and you make a couple of transfers, and meanwhile other people are, you know, caught in the normal traffic, even traffic like we have in Edmonton, but you can get somewhere faster or equally fast by transit. That's a great option. You can sit on your phone and read a book or something like that. You don't have to worry about getting in auto accidents. So right now, as it stands, the way our city is structured and spread out without these sort of concentrated nodes of growth and without having transit planned along it, that's really high quality, a lot of people tend to make the choice to take their private car if they can afford to do so. Simply because it's easier. As we improve both our planning and our public transit, that's just going to naturally shift.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Dr. Bob? Not seeing any. Then thank you very much for those comments and answers. Next is Iqbal Mahal.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Thank you for the second opportunity to briefly speak after watching the council process last night. This was a great effort by administration and very constructive debate by members of council. But we have noticed that while watching very carefully, administration has not fully addressed the underlying concerns echoed by many landowners, investors, and independent planner speakers on Thursday. Throughout the report, city administration has documented the desire to create affordable housing for the new residents and create Edmonton as a fun and attractive city for generations to come. But we strongly feel administration have not considered following areas while making the adjustment. Affordable housing depends on supply. If we restrict supply, then the affordable housing becomes a problem. Restricting business opportunity where it makes most sense, such as development around the airport, impact future growth and tax revenue. One example is the Amazon. We lost the opportunity and we may lose similar such opportunities in the future. Adding 250 residential growth restriction with future business developments will prohibit developers to proactively plan future projects because population growth in any city depends on many factors. Some of them cannot be controlled by city. In closing, on behalf of the group, I highly recommend that the restriction of 250,000 population growth linked to business development where it makes most economic sense should be lifted. Just this freedom will help many new investors to start thinking immediately how they can help in future growth of the city. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity given to me to add to the opinion I already did yesterday.
Thank you, Mr. Mahal. Questions? Going once? Going twice? Not seeing any, then thank you for those additional comments, sir. Paul Grewal is next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good morning, Council. It's interesting to hear the discussions going on here. There's sometimes we kind of get the feeling that sometimes there's a little bit of more stress on this one here, that maybe the infill is the solution, and then the other times it's the suburban is the solution. But I think it's a combination of the two. When we talk about densifying these ones here, yes, there's an opportunity to create certain densities and high density neighborhoods on these ones here. But at the same time, we're already seeing some of the infrastructure being strained to the limits. Yes, the neighborhoods that are less dense on this one here, they could be densified a little bit more, but to focus simply on the infill, and then putting these limits like the 250,000 person increments in the future growth area, it's just like shutting the door down on the investors and saying that is it. What happens when there's we got this limit of 250,000? Let's say the population has come up about 249,000. Is that when it triggers? It should be removed because there's an opportunity for the developers, for the investors to come in and initiate that development on this one here. And right now, if you were to look on the southeast side on this one here, even the current infrastructure with the development on this one here, same building lots that were selling for about 150, 160,000, they're going in excess of about 260,000. We talk about here having, some of the residential infrastructure or that's being subsidized by the non-res. If I'm going to be a future homeowner in one of those neighborhoods, would I rather pay $150,000 extra for that home, or would I prefer to pay that in higher taxes, whether or not it's only maybe $500 to $1,000 per property tax on the ongoing basis? That is the question that we need to tackle on this one here. Putting this limit of 250,000 directly south of the 41st Avenue, we're basically shutting the doors down on any of the investors on this one here, and that I don't think is really good. Sort of the planning on part of the city on this one here, or it's really attractive. We got the international airport hub on this one here, and we should be creating more industrial development on this one here, so people don't have to move to Beaumont or the county of Leduc. Prime examples. The county of Leduc, well, they had the Lucas Estates. Then they came up with the Diamond Estates on this one here. Then they had the Royal Oak Estates on this one here. And if you look at the properties there, I mean, $1 million+ homes, each one of those ones, that is an attractive way to draw in more investors into the city who are willing to take the responsibility of putting their own money out of their pocket, and they're not going to be irresponsible. Whether or not we like that low residential development or not, people moving to Beaumont for cheaper lots and cheaper homes, they're still traveling to the city of Edmonton. They're still using the infrastructure, and the city is having to still maintain that structure, and we still incurring that cost. But what if that population was not moving out of the city limits, and we give them the opportunity to the developers to come up with brand new developments and let them literally come out with properties that are going to be relatively, I guess cheaper, or maybe at least comparatively, to the Beaumont or the county of Leduc. They would rather stay within the city limits rather than commuting. And we talk about the infrastructure, the transportation on this one. We got a growing, aging population on this one here. I don't think the aging population, that the seniors would prefer to be standing out there in minus 35 and waiting for the next bus to come in, especially in this pandemic when we have intermittent bus service on this one here. Nobody's going to sit there. And especially with this kind of situation, we don't know how long this pandemic and the COVID-19 type situations are going to be popping up. Try to get all that population and traveling in the public transportation. That is just another sort of a fear of spreading, and people are trying to sort of deviate away from this one here. And that's my personal experience. Every time you see someone, they're trying to drive in their own vehicles instead of just jumping on the public transportation because of the fear of this one here. And we don't know when we're going to get the vaccine. We don't know when we're going to find a solution to this one here. We don't know what else is coming up. So we need to take that sort of the overall view on this one here and try to anticipate those problems. And then this notion that we have to wait for the next all patch boom to come in. Look what happened on the 23rd Avenue and the Calgary Trail overpasses. The developments were way past that. Same thing with the Anthony Hyundai Drive, even though it's a provincial, but still, we had the developments going further past that point. So some of the infrastructure, sometimes we can't catch up on this one, but if the onus is put onto the developers and they're willing to come up and invest their money and willing to take that chance, I think they should be provided that opportunity instead of putting this limit of the 250,000 person on this one here increments. I mean, do we have to wait until it hits 249,000 and that current infrastructure being maxed out and the house prices, and then we'll be going through this yo-yo effect up and down, just like a sine wave. So that's, again, crest is to and thank you for kind of changing that from no growth to the future growth areas. But I think that 250,000 person increment on this one here is kind of counterproductive at this stage.
Thank you very much, Mr. Graywall. Councillor Walters, if you could take the chair.
I have the chair, Mr. Mayor.
Just so you're part of a landowner group, if I recall from your comments the other day, that owns several quarter sections of land in the annexed area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you purchased that land, what were your expectations for development?
The expectations were, I mean, we bought it out here in different east and west of the QE2, and we're actually just happen to be closing on one another property here within the next month or so.
So you still see long-term value, notwithstanding what we've been saying in the plan here. So when did you acquire the first parcel? Was it before or after annexation?
That was before the annexation.
And was that land that the county had designated for country residential that you were hoping to build acreages on, or were you hoping for a higher and best use concept than the acreages?
It was agriculture, and we had the intentions here to go to the county on this one here, and then at least have a country residential on it. Just like you have Goudreau estates, you have other estates on this one here. So that was the intention to move forward with those ones.
So you were anticipating a sooner exit than what's contemplated in this plan? Just
exit to?
Well, monetization of the land through development.
Absolutely.
Okay, and I can understand that disappointment, the city's motivation for the annexation and for pushing the regional growth plan to make sure we didn't have another batch of acreages ringing the city, which would be not compact nor infrastructure efficient, was what motivated us. Have you had a chance to sort of monitor those developments in the city's thinking, and did you receive correspondence about the city's intents with respect to annexation and the growth concept for that land as part of the landowner engagements with the annexation?
We did, and we supported that actually with the mindset that the city, because it is going to be growing. I mean, obviously we're going to have another, whether it's going to be the oil patch boom at this one here, or that it's going to be the next technology sector boom here with Alberta Research Council Western diversification and new technologies that are coming up on this one here, and we may end up being that hub. But at the same time, if it is that next boom on this one here, we need to be ready for that one here. We need to be ready in advance. We need to provide that opportunity to the developers and let the market conditions rather than putting restrictions on these ones here. Otherwise, we end up being behind the 8 ball again.
So I hear that argument, and I also hear your argument, and some of the other speakers have talked specifically about the Highway 2 corridor and the airport as a logistics hub and economic driver, which the city, through our work with the airport, Leduc County and Leduc City, is also very bullish on that as a long-term economic driver, employment driver, and investment driver, both for non-res and jobs, and in turn for demand for residential. And others have suggested that could lead to accelerated demand in that whole sort of south sub-regional sector. And Leduc City's very excited about that, and Leduc County's very excited about that, and the City of Edmonton's very excited about that, and Beaumont and Devon, for that matter, are very excited about that too. However, the city does have to fill in a considerable amount of growth within the areas where we've already extended services, even in the Dakota Area Structure Plan, the Southeast Area Structure Plan, the Heritage Valley Servicing Concept Design Brief area, and the Windermere area. You do understand that in order to pay back the front ending of the big pipes and roadworks for those areas, that this is the premise of substantial completion, is before we extend yet more pipes and yet more roads to into the annexation area, we've got to make some of the money back through the developer contributions and partnerships on that other infrastructure. Does that logic of that issue of substantial completion of the 90 active fronts of development before we could move into your lands, can you see at least where the planners are coming from on that? And if so, what mitigation would you propose for that issue?
I think it should be, I don't, personally, we as the developers are not going to be sort of hesitant to step in here and share that cost on this one here. And there are guarantees that put in place here for the developments on these ones here. But when we put that 250,000 person increments or compared to the whole city, and that holds hostage one corner of the city that's developing faster than the other ones, that to me does not make any sense. That to us as investors does not make any sense on this one here. If there's Now we got the Amazon. They're going to have more warehouses. We're hearing the word on the street is about Walmart and Canadian Tire. They may be opening up warehouses. Yes, that's where more employment opportunities. Right now, you can see that directly south of the Ellerslie and east of the 91st Street on this one here. There's a huge demand for homes there because people want to move closer to their place of work on this one here. And that also going to take some load off the infrastructure on this one because they don't have to travel as far, because that is the congestion that we all agree that we're facing within the city limits. And if those development, and that's where the population wants to sort of buy their new homes, and that's where the new developments are going, because Amazon, I mean, as the big fish, the other small fish has got to feed them. So they're going to set up their facilities on this one here. So that's going to be the sort of the exponential growth on this one here. Then why should we have to wait for the 250,000 across the city population increase just to hold hostage this, whether it's east or west of the QE2, south of the 41st,
Sorry,
to this 250,000 person increment?
Mr. Graywall, my time's way over. So thank you very much for those comments. So I appreciate it.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor,
Thanks,
I missed that.
That's okay.
Return the chair.
I'll take the chair back. Councillor Banga, with questions for Mr. Graywall, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Grewal, let me ask you something. In the older areas of our city, the infrastructure is already stretched to the limit. And in some cases, it's basically coming to end of its life. And it has to be replaced, whether it's with or without future development. What do you think is the best solution?
Well, I personally think, again, I'll fall back on my the initial comments on this one here. If we are going to solely base our all future plans on this one on the infill, that is not the solution. And going completely suburban on this one, that's not the solution either. I think it's got to be the combination of both of these ones here. For example, take the neighborhood of, let's say, Central McDougall. There is an infrastructure going on right now, and I was speaking to some of the contractors that have been put in place here to upgrade that infrastructure. And their comments are, every time they come in, they're scheduled to be there for 1 day to do certain task. It ends up being 3 days because every time they dig up, they find more and more problems. So the cost escalation is humongous. Now, is that more than letting the developers to come in and put new developments in place where people, want to be, where they wish to be, and closer to their places of employment? I think that, to me, is a more viable solution than creating more higher densities on this one here, creating more traffic congestions. And then we don't even look at, if we're now, like Dr. Roberts said, it used to be you could get away from one part of the city to the other one within about 15 minutes. And I lived in those times. But now the lost productivity that we're stuck in traffic for hours at a time, and then our intention is to create more density in every single neighborhood, or at least majority of those ones here. I think that's going to make this problem worse. Why not let that expansion sort of continue into the new areas? Why put these restrictions on these ones? Let the developers work in collaboration with the council, with the city and the administration to come up with innovative ways. What this does is putting a limit on this one here simply just shuts the door on this one here. It just doesn't really matter what you're thinking on this one, unless we hit 249,999. We're just not going to look at this one. And that is the message this amendment is sending out.
Okay, and my final question is from your submission, are you saying that whether we densify the already existing areas or new growth, as long as they go in parallel without any caveat, do they establish the same outcome?
Again, I'm not against infills. We have a custom home building company on this one here. We've done infills, But at the same time, the number of issues that we're facing in the infall here right now, especially with the strain on the infrastructure, I think they're gonna escalate even further. But at the same time, we need to be looking at future growth on this one here, whether it's medium density, whether it's low density, in mixed residentials, commercials, like the Mr. Mayor just mentioned about the Dakota one. Why not let those ones kind of, even if some of these developers want to leapfrog, for an example, maybe that's not the right word on this one here, let them, give them the opportunity to come up with an innovative proposal that's not straining if it is closer to the current existing infrastructure. For example, if it's along the 50th Street, if it's along the Spine Road on this one here, if the new residents could use that infrastructure, it is not a new one that the city has to develop. I think that's more along the lines that I wish to see some of this future development to go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Becker.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Grewal? Not seeing any. Then next we'll hear from Kamaljeet Benipal.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, that's good. Dear council members, proposed bylaw 20,000 mentioned population target of 250,000 increments throughout the document, which is not even relevant to industrial and commercial developments. I'll give you some examples. So number one, last month it was in the news that a company from Norway wants to build world's largest solar panel farm just west of Edmonton International Airport. Because lands on the east are too expensive for this kind of operation, they want to build on the west side. Number two, in the post-pandemic era, when airport traffic becomes normal, a company may want to build a few hotels along Highway 19. Number three, if a surface use company, for example, a trucking company or pipe storage operation, if they run out of space in the city, they may want to buy 5-10 acres around the airport and expand their business due to proximity to the airport. And the last example is a company like Aurora may want to build another cannabis farm along Highway 19 because of the proximity to the airport. All these developments have absolutely no relationship with the city's population. Will city tell all these businesses to wait 50 years until the city meets its population target? These businesses will still happen, but they will happen outside the city limits. Why is the city administration so determined to force these companies to set up their businesses outside the city limits? This is a question that city council must ask the administration. I request you please correct the bylaw 20,000 by removing the population targets altogether, or at least say that industrial and commercial developments are exempt from any population targets mentioned in this document, because industrial and commercial population have no relationship with the population. So just to give you an example, many cities around the world have developed industrial and commercial hubs around their international airports. Some countries even call these airport cities. These airport cities are basically industrial and commercial hubs. These are major employment centers, not based on population numbers, and people don't live there, they just go to work. Since Edmonton International Airport is growing at a faster rate than any other Canadian international airport, in terms of passengers, I mean, and fortunately, we have lots of land around the airport, the opportunity to develop airport city is knocking our door. We must take advantage of this opportunity before it spills outside, because our bylaw has some clause that's not in line with today's global business demand. Please note that prior to annexation, Ladue County has the right plan to build this airport city. their Highway 19 area structure plan with industrial and commercial along Highway 19, I believe already had 1 or 2 readings. I remember going to those open houses in the county for this plan, but that got cancelled with the annexation. So now I urge the city to at least follow the same approach to develop this airport city. So thank you everyone. That's all I had. I'll be happy to answer any question. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Walters has questions for you. Go ahead.
So thank you for registering and for that. And I just wanted to clarify with you that, we did amend the language to call it future growth instead of no growth, primarily because of the initial opportunities to advance development that's already underway in some form around the airport. So you're aware that the non-residential opportunities around the airport are not limited to the 250,000 population threshold. I just wanted to make sure you're aware of that.
Okay, so the 250,000 population target does not apply to industrial and commercial developments?
Around the airport as of now, and if in fact more non-residential opportunities emerged through the work we do on the growth management framework and other analysis as it may relate to the airport relationship that the mayor talked about earlier with Leduc County, Leduc City and the airport itself, that those opportunities would be acted on and are not limited by the population thresholds from a non-residential perspective.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thanks for letting me know.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure your understanding was clear about that. So thank you for the advice is wise.
Thank you. Councillor Banga, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Benipal, there is only one question. Just being reading your submission that you sent earlier this morning or last night, and just being devil's advocate. What about the notion people like to live close to where they work? So I just want to hear your thoughts. Why separate residential from non-residential?
Well, I'm not separating residential from non-residential. I was focusing more around the airport developments because of the noise and traffic and products distribution and storage. Those areas are usually non-residential type, but definitely, let's say we have 41st Avenue, then we have 510 Township 510 Road, then we have Highway 19. So maybe a step along the highway between Highway 19 and 510 can be industrial commercial, and between 510 and 41st Avenue, that's kind of in close proximity. That may be a new residential developments for those people to live, which is within the 10-15 minutes drive length that we are talking about.
Okay, and so as far as you're concerned, this 250,000 population caveat is problematic to you?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for Mr. Benipal? Going once, going twice. Seeing none, then thank you very much, sir. Next, we'll hear from Hani Barzagar.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you guys for having me. My name is Hani Barzagar. Two of my brothers and I own Hypico Construction. We're based out of Edmonton. We build residential and commercial throughout the province. We do a lot of work primarily in Edmonton as well. We also provide restoration services for fire and flood restoration. We range from 70 to 300 employees depending on the season. we have quite a bit of trades that live and work with us. Well, they don't live with us; they live throughout the core areas of Edmonton, and they really enjoy living where they do, and they definitely want to grow old because they have family with roots in that area. But unfortunately, the infrastructure isn't there for them to do more developments and stay where they are. So for 3 years ago, our company started to look into developing into infill projects within the Edmonton, and since then we bought land around the Blatchford, 118th Ave, and Church Street area, and a lot of those areas are where our staff live and where their families live. We joined IDEA because we saw the value of being a part of an organization that worked with the council and administration to reduce some of the many barriers infill development faces. Last year, I was nominated as president. I'm here today as an investor, though. I've been investing in your city, and I want to continue investing in the city. With Edmonton investing in LRT, creating the cost share hydrant program, and removing policy barriers, these actions make it more feasible for us to invest in the core and mature areas. However, if we saw through the policy language that Edmonton was not going to prioritize infill, which has higher barriers and costs in greenfield, that would signal to the industry that infill will not be prioritized through resources. And we would take that as a market shift, creating uncertainty that would significantly impact our business decisions and where we invest. Edmonton needs a long-term plan that financially is prudent, and we do want to invest within the core areas because those are the areas that we enjoy living and walking to our corner stores and building a bigger community, a better community, and a stronger community within, because they do have a great sense of community as is, and the roots are there. There is families that have been there for generations now, and we definitely want to continue to grow those core areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your confidence in the city as an investor, Mr. Barzagar, and to all of our folks for their investment, and that brings you here. So, questions for Mr. Barzagar? Not seeing any, then your words clearly speak for themselves. Thank you very much for joining us here today. And last but not least, or let me check, have there been any other registrations under new information?
We haven't received any.
Okay, then so far, unless someone else registers, the last word will go to Dave Perwall.
Thank you, respected Mayor and respected councillors. Thank you again to all the speakers that spoke and provided their input towards the public hearing. And thank you to the Mayor and all the councillors for being patient and patiently hearing all the concerns of the speakers. I understand that the city wants to encourage the Dakota area, but there are other areas that are more desirable along with the Dakota area. In my last presentation, I explained a little bit about the growth of the city from the 80s, and this Dakota area never went into that growth during that time, and is still sitting have been sitting for a long time. But the area between 50th Street and 91st Street and south of 41st Avenue and between Beaumont, as some of the other speakers have also said, that close proximity to their employment would help, and so that development in that area can be encouraged. This is all a residential area. Now, in my last presentation before council, there were two important points I was stressing upon. One was population growth should not dictate development. And number two was changing the language from no growth area to future growth area. I appreciate the amendment that has been made to the Edmonton Municipal Plan and changing the wording no growth to future growth area on all the maps from 10A through to 11D. But an issue remains with the glossary term definition of future growth. which still limits development based on arbitrary population growth increments of 250,000. There are many reasons why this is problematic. I will raise two of them. Uncertainty for the developer. Development controls by population will cause a lot of uncertainty for the developer. Already, it is taking many years for a developer to bring land from the time they purchase it to the time they're selling the lots. There are already many controls that exist for development by the city. This is a dangerous precedent to set for the city, which restricts development. By putting in term future growth area, the city is already controlling the growth in that area. It doesn't need to be expanded by population limits. Restricting growth by population will definitely increase housing prices. You don't want to become like Toronto or Vancouver, where affordability for future generations has evaporated. There is no problem with infill and suburban development to continue side by side. As I said last time, infill has some additional costs for the city for infrastructure. Suburban, there may be much less cost. So suburban would be desirable. Again, this population increments is another way of restricting development. So by ending, I appreciate the changes that have been made, but I want to emphasize that development should not be restricted by these population increments. So I would propose that the definition of future growth be amended by deleting population controls. Enough controls currently exist to allow the city to coordinate development to meet the city's long-term vision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Perwall. Questions? Not seeing any. Thank you all to the new information panelists for your comments. I will now check to see if there are any additional questions from members of council for administration arising from the presentations.
I'll move closure of public hearing.
I will second that.
Okay, just before we consider that, I will just double check that there were no further amendments. And just triple check with law. We've had all the new information that we need with an abundance of caution around virtual participation to your satisfaction, that we've heard everyone who reasonably would have wanted to present.
Mr. Mayor, I think we've done a good job on procedural fairness. I'm not concerned. Thank
Okay,
you.
and I thank the clerks for their extraordinary and additional efforts to facilitate public participation at this stage in the process. So without further ado then, I will accept the motion to close public hearing from Councillor Henderson, seconded by Councillor Walters. Please vote.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, from me.
Thank you, Councillor Caterina.
That's all 13.
Okay, display the vote. And that's carried unanimously to close public hearing.
If I may just ask that the public members leave the meet, and then we can continue on with just council and administration online, and that the public can watch on edmonton.ca/meetings.
Sure. Well, there is a question because we're 30 minutes from the scheduled break. I don't know about anyone else, but I have a hard stop to make an important intergovernmental call at noon, and others have a hard stop as well. So one option would be to begin speaking on it now and then recess if comments run more than half an hour. If they do, I would not be able to stay, and I would very much like to stay. So we could either recess now and then come back at 1:30 and hear all the closing comments at 1:30. Though not knowing if everyone wishes to speak and how long that would take, I'd look for a little bit of guidance from council. Many people, I think, will be speaking, so that I suspect could take longer than half an hour. So would you like to start now and then carry on at 1:30, or recess now and then do all of the speaking and voting at 1:30? It would be very helpful to me if I could go get briefed for this phone call to make it noon. So
I'll move an amendment to the
orders
to
okay.
recess now and pick up again at 1:30.
Then I think it's better if it's all together, so I really appreciate that. So Councillor Walters, seconded by, I didn't catch the seconder.
Councillor Paquette.
Councillor Paquette, okay, thank you very much. So we'd recess now, reconvene at 1:30 for speaking and voting. I'll hazard unanimous consent for that. Is there any objection to that approach?
Mr. Mayor, would we have enough time after lunch though?
100%, yeah. I think speaking and voting would be an hour and 7 minutes at the outside, though there are some subsequent motions. We could work on a couple of the subsequents now because the public hearing is closed. That would be one option, and then we'd for sure have enough time after. So we could chip away at some. Well, I don't know. Maybe that's tough. That's tough. The subsequents, depending on how long those take, that could take us up to about 3 p.m. But if that other meeting that starts at 3 just starts right after this, so though there does need to be some space in between. So
could we break until 1? Is that a possible amendment if we're going to break now from 11?
I don't know if I can do that.
Okay,
so,
no, that's fine.
So thank you, though. That's a maybe. No, that's sorry. That doesn't work.
Some of us could go now and not be long-winded.
Sure. Okay. Well,
Mr. Mayor, make the call. 1:30, I think, would be appropriate to start speaking. The promise of not taking long usually doesn't come to fruition.
Spoken as someone with an abundance of an experience on this. So, okay, let's, here's the other thing, is that the subsequents might be notice as well. We don't necessarily, we can register them today. If we run out of time, we can pick them up at a subsequent meeting or even at committee if they need to be referred. So I'm hearing, let's take the break. Everyone can regroup and prepare their thoughts for 1:30. We'll try to be voting by 2:30. We'll see what subsequents we can get done by 3. And we'll leave it there. So, so is there any objection then to recessing now, coming back for the votes at 1:30? Not hearing an objection, then we will recess until 1:30 sharp. Please, thanks. Call in about a minute. Welcome back. I'll call us back to order for the City Council public hearing. We'll start with a roll call and then orient as to where we are. Councillor McKean? Or maybe I started with him last time, I can't remember. Councillor Nickel?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette?
I am here.
Welcome. Councillor Walters?
I'm here, sir.
Welcome. Councillor Banga?
Here.
Welcome. Councillor Cartmel?
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Katarina?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Zadek?
Here.
Councillor Essinger?
Present.
Councillor Hamilton?
Present.
Councillor Henderson?
Yep.
Councillor Knack?
Yes, good afternoon.
And Councillor McKean, are you there?
Yes.
Ah, super duper. Okay, that's everybody. So we had concluded the public hearing, inclusive of new information and some additional questions this morning, and by motion closed the public hearing, and we are now ready to debate first reading of the city plan. So that was put on the floor by Councillor Knack. I didn't give him an opportunity to introduce it at that point, so strictly speaking, he could introduce it now and have the close, but if you'd like the last word, we'll...
I'll just wait to close.
Okay,
I'll
all
let
right. Okay, that's very generous of you. So I'll start the speakers list here. Speaking to first reading, Councillor Katarina, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. First of all, this city plan extremely important to set a direction for our city. So with that, I'd like to thank administration and the many others that collaborated with them in bringing this together over the past 2-3 years. This plan is very aspirational. We heard from many in favor of the plan, and that's a really good sign. We also heard from many with concerns, and credit to council that made the amendments to satisfy, hopefully, all those concerns that were expressed, and rightly so. That's the proper way to do it. For this plan to become a reality, we needed to address the concerns of the development industry, as they are the key to the plan being successful. Good economic policy makes for good social policy, and you can't have one without the other. And I hope that in their wish to continue being involved with this, whether it's with the City of Edmonton, whether it's with the EMRB, that they, or we have an understanding that they will continue to plan going forward, as we know that plans take sometimes decades to come to us as council. So that this will allow them to continue to at least plan for the future. A clarification on industrial and commercial uses for that particular area of the south is a good sign that we have not sterilized the land for any future development because development is happening. And just to tie that back to a decision that was made by council a number of years ago, the importance of increasing the split between residential and non-residential and the need to compete with the region. We actually eliminated the business tax in the city of Edmonton specifically for that reason, was to allow for competition that was going to the outskirts because of our business plan formula. And I think that that is now coming to fruition and helping. And I think we all realize that we have to do this in conjunction with the development industry, as they are going to be the investors in driving any of this forward. And again, not to be repetitive, a good economic policy delivers good social policy with the monies afforded to carry out those programs. So I'm pleased, much more so now than I was at the beginning of this on Monday, with direction and with the changes that have been made. So again, thank you to administration, to council, and to all our speakers for their input in getting us to this point in time now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina. Who's next on the list?
Councillor Henderson.
Councillor Henderson, go ahead.
I have mixed feelings about this for an odd kind of reason, because, you know, I think we're used to doing plans in kind of 10-year increments, and this one looks way beyond that. And I want to live in the city that this plan describes. And I sit here with some sadness realizing that probably this plan will not come to true fruition until, it's not my city we're building here. It's the next generation city we're building here. And I think we need to keep on reminding ourselves of that. I was almost going to ask that as a question earlier because I think we're still thinking that this is a 10-year plan, and it isn't. So some of the things we think of as aspirational, I think over the length of this plan are not particularly aspirational. I think they're very, very doable. I have a kind of impatience around them, and I would say if I have a hesitation for that, there's some of these things that I'm really not prepared to wait for, and I hope that we can achieve them. I hope we can achieve the vision of a good deal of this plan long before we get to the point we get to 2 million people. I recognize that that in itself may be a challenge, because without having more people here and having more people come into the city, it's going to be harder to achieve this plan. And I think that's going to be the really interesting challenge for us over the next few years, about how much we're prepared to change our city and invest in our city in anticipation of getting to 2 million people, and how much we're going to have to depend on the new people coming and the kind of investment that will come with it to achieve some of this. And I think that tension will continue for us as we move forward. I'm hoping that we continue to do the investment side, because I want to be able to enjoy the city that's being described here. And that's about my impatience more than anybody else. And I'm guessing I'm not the only person here. I know there were questions being asked about what the timelines were, and hey, maybe we will grow way faster than we think we're going to. But I really think the next challenge for us in achieving this is going to be understanding what we need to do now, the building blocks we need to put in place now in order to achieve this for the folks that are not born yet or in school now, who are actually going to be the true beneficiaries of the choices we're making here. So I really applaud the vision. I love the vision. I think there's a great deal of it that is already in place. I think this is strengthening some of the things we already have. I think there's a lot of things we can do in the short term to get there, and I think those are going to be challenging and interesting conversations we have going forward. But I think what's particularly exciting about this, it came up in conversation last night, that we sort of wish in a way that 30 or 40, 50 years ago, this had happened so that we could be enjoying the city now. But you know what, better to get it going now and actually make the commitments to build the kind of city, I think, that will allow us to continue to prosper, to continue to attract people, to continue to attract those 2 million people and make them want to live in our city, which is, I think, the major reason why we all come together. We should live in cities not because we have to, but because we want to. And I think this plan builds the kind of city that makes sure that we continue to build the kind of city that people will want to live in. And I'm hoping we can get there long before we get to 2 million people. So I'm very supportive, and I'm really keen and excited to see what happens next in terms of how we actually put the pieces in place, put the building blocks in place to make sure that we get a good head start on getting there.
Very well said, Councillor Henderson. Thank you. Councillor Banga?
Thank you. Let me begin by expressing my sincere thanks to the administration staff for 2 years of hard work, maybe more, in bringing this new vision and city plan to us. Your work is commendable. I appreciate the efforts of all the speakers who took time out of their busy lives and stayed in tune to public hearing proceedings over the last 3 days. There is a lot of stress on the regional context in this document, and I wholeheartedly agree with that. But in the end, I still work for citizens of Edmonton. Many people brought different views to the forefront, but the underlying ideology was to make or keep our city compatible and resilient in the regional and international context. We have heard from speakers from both sides of the argument to a varying degree of balance between infill and greenfield development. UDI, MLC, NAOP are the experts in their fields, and that is land development. We have always depended on their feedback, and they have stressed that placing any sort of caveat on land development in the form of, population growth is anti-productive towards the city's long-term sustainability and creating a business-oriented environment. Our city directed a lot of effort and resources to provide affordable housing choices to all. But we have heard that new land development caveat is counterproductive to that. There were safety concerns raised for existing homeowners in regards to the infill projects, and to my satisfaction, they have not been addressed in this document. City has a lot of controls available already. Labeling no growth areas to future growth areas is a step in the right direction. But 250,000 people caveat sterilizes some of those resources that are available to us. It may be for a shorter term than originally anticipated. And if I'm a guessing man from my 40-some years in Edmonton, it is at least 10 years away. New and old areas all need to be given full opportunity to develop. And unfortunately, in this document, I don't see that with the caveat of 250,000 population targets. I'm basically supportive of everything other than this 250,000 population caveats. And for that reason, I would be unable to support this at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banga. Who was next? Councillor McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Over the noon hour, I was able to finally get out of my tiny condo workspace and go over to Oliver Exchange, which is one of those emerging little nodes, commercial nodes that has added so much to Oliver and has become a real mecca for people in the community. And that really lifted my spirit and reminded me of the things that I think we're hoping to do in this plan in all parts of the city, not just in Oliver and downtown. I too want to thank administration, Stephanie, Kaylin, and Kaylin, your team, for the work you did on this. It was amazing. I want to thank UDI and members of the business community and development community that participated, but I also want to thank the public, members of the public, our partners in city building that came out and put their own aspirations and values and thoughts and ideas into the mix so we could see this in the final plan. You know, Councillor Katarina is absolutely right that good economic policy leads to good social policy. But I think there's a complex ecosystem that if we get it right, if we can create it, if we can get it right, we also ensure that we have a vital and safe and healthy and musical and theatrical and recreational city that will attract and maintain the bright young minds that'll drive the dawning economy and will buy the condos and apartments and row houses and whatever else that comes in new development in this city. So there's a real symbiotic relationship between all these different parts of the community. And I never want to forget that a vibrant city will attract talent. And I hope we can remember that too. You know, I really love the values that were expressed in this plan, the human values of connection and ending homelessness. Ending homelessness part is top of mind for all of us right now. And I think this council has done some amazing work, but we have a lot more to do. But I really love the fact that Edmontonians were expressing these values. So that, I mean, I'm not surprised by that, but it really gave me a lift to see that was the message back to us of what they wanted to see, that they want to live in a big, small town where they still feel connected to community and neighbor. And I think that that's something that we should always strive as we design new neighborhoods or redeveloping neighborhoods. It's something that we need to keep in mind. Last thought, I look forward in the next few minutes to hearing from a one-time, fresh-faced young city councillor who may not be that anymore. And his view on this plan, because I remember clearly hearing him on the last plan. And it seemed to me it generated a piece of writing I did. And I wonder if he's thinking about that today. And if he wasn't, maybe he is now. And I hope he is, because I think you, Mayor Iveson, have had a tremendous influence, positive influence on this city. And I know it's not easy, and I know there's competing values, and you get pushed and pulled and tugged in every different direction. But I want you to know that I see your values all over this plan too, as well as those of my council colleagues. So thank you very much.
Thanks for that, Councillor McKean. That's very kind. Who's next? Councillor Esslinger.
Thank you. And first of all, I'd like to thank the many Edmontonians who contributed to this plan and how we made great effort to engage every age to get their voice. And just like we've heard, Councillor Henderson, we may not be able to enjoy every aspect of this plan that's built out, but some of those who provided input will see the fruit of this plan and hopefully look back with fondness to say I was a part of that. And, you know, it is aspirational and it is a plan. But if we didn't have any plan, we would probably not get there either. So a plan allows us a framework to move forward. And for me, when I look at this plan, it's a framework for growth. It's a framework to build our city. But it is injected with the lifeblood of Edmontonians, of people, our current people, our next resident, whether they immigrate or they're born here or they migrate here, they're all welcome. And we're building a city for people. And hopefully we've constructed a city that makes life easier for them. Easier to navigate no matter what mode they choose. Easier to reach the amenities they need in their 15-minute districts. Easier because of values that we've injected this in addressing those who are vulnerable and at risk will be enabled. You know, and I was thinking about that at this point when we have a pandemic, we've recognized how quickly our world can change. And hopefully now we have a framework that as it changes, we know where we want to go. And we can address those emerging trends couched in a bigger plan. You know, I support wholeheartedly this plan because it's for the people, by the people, and for yet to welcome more people. I've appreciated the leadership of all the staff that have been engaged, and I think it's taken many hours to get here, but I think it's something we can all be proud of. What I heard over the last couple of days from the public was most people found that they liked the plan, but there's a few tweaks that some of them needed, some of us needed. But overall, they're quite proud of this plan. And I'm quite proud of this plan because it is the voice of today shaping tomorrow, and it'll be a very strong tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the tremendous project team for their work on this. I understand that this represents thousands and thousands of hours. I recall one of, I think, my first meetings as a city councillor was with the project team about some of the work that they were doing. So it's been a real pleasure over the past few years to be part of this. I had written a lot on the city plan, but I don't think it needs an argument at this point. I think it suffices to say that we've had a lot of conversation about this over the past few years, and while most of the time in this job we kind of live a quarter mile at a time, this is one of those rare instances in which we get to look into the future and divine what the city might look like for the next generation. So thank you for all your hard work. And that's really all I have to say on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Others?
Well, I guess someone should speak, named Aaron, so.
Councillor
no one
Paquette,
else-
then Councillor Walters. Go ahead.
All right. Very quickly, I'm just really impressed with this plan. As we know, it was formulated in cooperation and collaboration and informed by the people of Edmonton. So this is really everyone's plan, and that's pretty exciting. And it's a plan that makes sense. It's sensible. It is. It's one that will reduce the tax burden on the people of Edmonton over time, which is really a phenomenal thing. We're planning a city that fiscally makes a lot more sense, that will increase the ability of people to live, work, and play within their own neighborhoods, and a city that people can feel at home in, and that's really powerful. As has been mentioned before, we are in a changing world, and we can extrapolate and maybe forecast a little bit what that world will look like in 5 years. But as we know, things can change quite rapidly. So when we get to 10 years, that's a little harder. When we get to 20, that's harder yet. And yet the principles of this plan are ones that do not change. So while the world may change around us, the principles that guide this plan are solid. And that just tells me that we're going to get through A-OK. As to Councillor Henderson's concern, I share it, that there are a lot of things in this plan that I want to see today. I don't want to wait 10 years. I don't want to wait 20 years. I want the city that is described in this plan to be available for Edmontonians right now. And to do that will take the will of this council and the next council and the next council. But there are a lot of things that we could do right away to start this process of a more efficient, more practical, and more welcoming city. This is important because obviously, as the world changes and as work patterns change, people more and more are going to be able to choose where they live regardless of where they work. And we want Edmonton to be the place where people choose to live. And that is one of the most important factors in this plan. We know that when we can attract young, energetic, and wonderful people to our communities just get better. And we have more innovation, we have more energy, we have more growth in the right ways. And I believe this plan gets us there. Because in the end, this has always been about family. Family is the driving force around everything we do. Whether it's the family you're born in and are growing in our communities, or the family that you have found by coming to this city. And for that, I'm really grateful. That fits in with not only the values that we all hold today, but the values that founded this city and the values that kept this land for thousands and thousands of years previous, and the values that will lead us to the future. So, kudos and well done to everyone involved in this. And that includes every person here in Edmonton who we represent here today. So thank you very much. And again, thank you to administration and to Kaylin Anderson and her team. This is a wonderful document, and I'm very proud to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walters?
Thank you. And I wanted to start there with gratitude to Kaylin and Hawaii and Charity in particular for your hard work and amazing leadership on this. Many thank yous. And I appreciate how much engagement you did do. This came back to committee 3 times for us to check in to make sure that we were engaging all the right people, and every councillor had an opportunity to kind of opine on who you should be talking to, and you really did take our advice and use your own imagination to make sure that everybody got a say in this. So it's great. I have one concern, I'm going to get it out of the way quick, is that there's probably too many directions in it. And as we get to the point of prioritization and limited capacity over time, as iterative as this is, it will change. And I just wanted to note that. But that's what people told you. And it'll be up to councils of the future to prioritize and to focus. But I'm a big supporter of this plan. 10 years ago, I showed up to the MDP hearings with 650 of my closest friends because on the core of the city. The priority was predominantly still was not urban development and not a lot of focus on the core. And the priority wasn't on thinking yet regionally about the value of agricultural land and the quid pro quo between us and our neighbors about how we do that effectively and well. And so that was the fight that we had and the argument we made 10 years ago. And so I feel like here we sit today on the verge of having answered most of those questions. And I feel really grateful to have been here through all of that, not always on council, but really grateful to be on council to shepherd this through. So the idea of creating an urban shift and ultimately an investment shift and creating the capacity and the pathway for people to make big bets on our downtown and on our core redevelopment areas is really my great hope in this. Because I think we're getting better and better at suburban development all the time, and our development community deserves a lot of credit for that. And what we need to get really amazing at is taking advantage of these big redevelopment opportunities and making them happen faster, to speak to some of the impatience already noted. So this spatial plan, Kaylin taught me the difference between a French and a British plan at the start of this. This one's about maps and showing where we put things. Makes so much sense to me. And it honors the key offerings of our city, which are affordability through the suburban context, and now an opportunity to create big city urban livability through dense transit-oriented, walkable, commercially vibrant neighborhoods. And I think that's what we need to aspire to. I want to also recognize the great work the mayor's done at the regional level to set the table for this, is that there is no more race to the bottom in the region, is that we can all think better and bigger about our municipalities, more compact, more affordable communities that understand the true costs and financial implications of our planning decisions. And we still have some work to do to get to a common understanding of that between, municipal planners and industry. But I think everybody's up for that. And nobody in our city and in our development industry wants the tax rate to go up because of development. We want to make sure that we're building a smart city. So the regional density targets are a huge win. The focus on non-res in this plan through the shift to future growth from no growth is important because it recognizes that there's already development and planning opportunities in the south that we need desperately in this city. And so I was happy to put the amendment forward, but it was many councillors that believe that we need to recognize the value of that non-residential planning in particular, to inform the future residential growth in the suburban communities of the future. And once we have a regional consensus on agriculture, we'll even have a better understanding of how that land and that part of Edmonton will play out in the future, both in the south and also in the northeast, which is still kind of an open book in terms of what can happen up there. And I think this plan informs that as well. And I think that's really, really important. So I just wanted to finish with recognizing that we do now, I think, have some of the best suburban communities in the country. If I think about neighborhoods like Allard and Kavanaugh and Keswick and some of these neighborhoods, that is where most of the diversity that we crave in our city and take pride in our city, that's where it lives. Because it's affordable to live there and it's safe to live there and people prefer to live there in lots of ways. And now we need to create that same opportunity for that diversity to happen in our core. And I have spent a lot of time on my canoe this summer, floating down the river, past Rossdale, past the quarters, and I look up and I think to myself, this is what this plan aspires to. Aspiration creates imagination, and without imagination, you can never build anything great. And from the canoe, I imagine that skyline filled in with people, with business, with vibrancy, with our city. And that's what this plan is designed to create, is our city and the city for the next generation. And I thank you all for your great work on it. And I will vote yes, definitively.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Walters. Councillor Zadok is next.
Thank you. And good to know that was Councillor Walters on the canoe, I was wondering. Just joking. So I think it's a great plan overall. So just overall a great plan. So everyone should be congratulated for that, particularly the team and the members of the public that came out to provide input. It's hard to predict where the future will take the city of Edmonton, but something about a plan, the reason why we plan is to help guide the future. So this is our best aspirations at this time. I'll say I'm happy with the current state of the city of Edmonton, but we need to know where we're going, and now we're pointed in this direction. So I think that's great. But somehow, if in the future realities are not compliant with what this plan contemplated, there's always the amendment process. In fact, this is not like the Constitution of Canada that has a impossible formula to crack open. Future councils can open this up. I hope they don't. I hope it's only amended as required. But if there's something drastically wrong with this, there is an easy recourse in the future. So I think we acted with the best information that we have now. I did have some initial concerns. They were largely addressed through listening to other councillors, through listening to the public in the public hearing, listening to the questions and answers from administration, and the amendments that were made and supported by council. I think largely got this plan into a place where I'm more than happy to support. So I'll be voting yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zadig. Who's next on the list? Councillor Carmel?
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I too wanted to add my thanks and sort of a tip of the hat to Ms. McCabe and Ms. Anderson and their team for all of the work that was done here. Councillor Walters was very articulate in speaking to how we did have the many check-in points along the way here. And I think it was you, Mr. Mayor, and Councillor Walters that remarked the other day that this almost seems anticlimactic. This journey has been something that we've been talking about a long time. There's not a lot of surprises in this document. At the same time, there is tensions, and I think they're healthy tensions. We heard a lot about how we used to develop our city versus this new way forward. We heard about the old imperatives versus the new, the core versus the suburban. Facilitating opportunity and also trying to direct where that future development happens. And I think that tension is healthy, and I think it's going to help us as we continue to have the conversations about what the next best thing is for our city, whether it's when we're talking about transportation development, parks, or what have you. As was articulated earlier, the details are really what's going to tell how this document is applied. The implementation and actualization of all of these goals is going to really be where the work begins. And for myself, that's actually what excites me, is when we get started on things like the land use framework and some of these other plans that will move forward, and how we actually put the aspirations of this plan into practice. So, in a way, I suppose the work is just beginning on how we actually move this plan forward. So with that, I'll say thank you and clearly supportive of this plan.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Others? Anybody else? I better click on then. Councillor Walters, if you could take the chair.
I have the chair, Mr. Mayor.
So it seems at times increasingly like local government is one of the last places where citizens, industry leaders, experts, and ultimately governors can look past the short term and look past individual interest to build something together greater than the sum of its parts. And in fact, that is the math and the beauty of cities, is the multiplicity that they enable to get better outcomes across so many different areas of human activity and ambition. But it is work that makes that happen. And so I want to honor that work to begin with, as others have said, but I feel I must also say, first, thanks to members of council for championing this work, informing it with the Connect Edmonton, the city's strategic plan, which this fleshes out very meaningfully, and for their engagement throughout this process, the thoughtful amendments, the great questions, and the thoughtful comments today. I also want to thank members of administration, especially Ms. Anderson, Ms. Dyke, Ms. Hassan, and Ms. McCabe especially, who I think was treated unfairly yesterday. And I'm sorry I didn't step in, because everyone who works for the city should be treated fairly, especially when you're doing phenomenal work like this. I want to thank Edmontonians for, and that goes to Adam and the whole team at the city. Thank you. I want to thank Edmontonians for choosing this city and building it together, and contributing to this vision through the extraordinary public engagement, particularly the school kids whose projects around this are just heartwarming. And those are the long-term and principal beneficiaries of good long-term planning, as Councillor Henderson mentioned. I want to thank our development industry partners for their extraordinary input as times have changed and consumer patterns have changed, building codes change, other regulatory conditions change, imperatives around affordability and imperatives around emissions reduction and building efficiency. It's an extraordinarily disruptive time for the building and development industry. And yet here they are supporting a plan with this level of ambition, with lots of questions about how we're going to do it, but with a relationship that is strong to help solve these problems with the kind of imagination that Councillor Walters mentioned we need. I want to thank also our regional partners. As has been mentioned, we're now no longer in a race to the bottom. We're now building a more compact and efficient and vibrant and competitive region together. There's still more work to do there, but it's not just a floor underneath this. We're now able to raise the bar, and I think that will bring along communities around us who, from my conversations with their leaders, have similar aspirations to this. So this will be a leading plan. And I don't think it will sink us beneath them. I think it will bring this whole region along when it goes through the regional evaluation framework process. And really bringing people along is the point here. This is a plan for Edmonton and its future and for Edmontonians. It really is about, as Councillor McKean and others have suggested, the goal of attracting and retaining people. Otherwise, why bother? And so this city's future prosperity and this region's prosperity and our ability to contribute to Alberta and our ability to contribute to Canada rests on our ability to not just grow recklessly, but to grow smartly and in an orderly and planned way. And this plan will help us do that. Since I became mayor, all of this work has been for my kids, because my key performance indicator is to build the kind of city that my kids will be proud to call home. An affordable and an efficient city, a competitive and prosperous city, a sustainable and green city, a just and compassionate city, and yes, a fun city. And this plan is for them and future generations. So obviously I'll support it. Sorry. I'll stop there. Take the chair back, pull myself together, and see if there's anyone else before I go to Councillor Knack to close. Last call. Councillor Knack to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I also want to start by thanking Ms. Anderson, Mrs. Sand, Ms. Dyke, and the entire city plan team. The amount of work that you put into this is just astonishing, and it's impossible to thank every member of your team in the 5 minutes, but I just can't thank you enough for the work that you put into creating this document. So I remember when the last MDP was passed. I wasn't here, I was there, and I was just starting to get engaged in the municipal government process, and I didn't really know very much, and some may argue I still don't really know very much, but what I did know at that time was how important that moment was. And I remember it because of how many people had come out to speak to it, and how much weight that members of council were putting into that when they were talking about this document. And I think it's clear how much that previous MDP guided the work over the last decade. One of the things I remember during that time, and it might be a bit of a fuzzy memory, but I remember there was a suggestion that we should try to target 50% infill. And then I think the lunch break happened, and then it came back and ultimately got approved as to encouraging 25% infill. And I don't bring that up to be critical of any past council, but it stood out to me because it was a point at which I was actually really disappointed. And that disappointment was primarily related to not creating greater choice for Edmontonians. And not unlike other members of council, I'm very fortunate to represent a ward which features many different types of areas, and that includes, the oldest community in Canada, the old town of Jasper Place, communities built in the 70s and 80s, the first suburban community, mobile home communities, some of the newest communities, and that also includes industrial communities, serviced and unserviced commercial nodes, including a really large mall that I used to work at. And while it might not seem like they would have similar concerns, one of the most common things I heard and would often have discussed is how we grow as a city and what we need to do to change how we grow. And the reasons for this, one of them is financial. People talked about that throughout this public hearing. It's come up during this time. And I think we need to just, again, one more reminder that this plan, if we're worried about the financial sustainability of our city, this plan addresses that, saving us billions. I think another reason a lot of people talk about how we grow is environmental. And one of the things I find most interesting when I'm chatting with particularly longer-term Edmonton residents is that they are concerned about how much farmland we've been using up over the years. And that's already been talked about, so I won't spend much time on that other than to say the city plan addresses that too. And I think the other reason people have been concerned about how we grow is that social side of things, because we've seen schools closing, we've seen local businesses close down. And, I'm very fortunate because within a 15-minute walk, bike, or transit ride, I can access my dentist, my doctor, my bank. I have multiple grocery stores, pharmacy, healthcare services, shopping districts, and so on and so forth. But that's a luxury that not everyone has. And it's actually what should be a basic expectation for all Edmontonians, no matter where they live. And the city plan solves that too. It's going to take time, but it's going to solve that. One other major choice that I think this actually really addresses is the how we move, and this is the whole point of creating this together. And I think even right now we have a fairly inefficient bus system that's going to get better soon. We spend limited attention on our active transportation infrastructure, particularly in the winter, and yet we still have 23% of Edmontonians who choose those modes. And right now it feels like they're a bit of an afterthought. And fixing that doesn't mean blowing up our roads or telling people to get out of their cars. It means just giving those modes of transportation the same attention that we currently give to our roads. And this plan does that. And so I don't mean to oversimplify the city plan, but to me this plan is all about providing real choices within our existing boundaries. Providing choices that have never really existed in Edmonton, and providing the variety of choices that people of all ages actually want. And I know this is going to be a bit corny, but I want to end with that paraphrasing the commonly used proverb. And I think the best time to build complete communities was 20 years ago, and I think the best time to build a complete community is right now. And for the fiscal, environmental, and social health of our city, it's time to have a foundational plan that actually addresses what Edmontonians have been asking for and what will allow us to thrive well into the future. And I know Councillor Henderson talked about not being able to live in this city, but since this plan would actually create a city that so many Edmontonians want, let's not wait. Let's give him and all Edmontonians the opportunity to live in the city sooner rather than later, because we know it gives people what they want and what they need to have the best quality of life possible. So I'll happily be supporting this again with my thanks to everyone to help make this possible. Thank you.
Well said, Councillor. Thank you. Let's vote now on first reading.
We have all 13 votes.
Thank you. Display the vote. And that's carried 11-2.
I'll move second reading of Charter Bylaw 2000.
I'll second that. Please vote on second reading.
We have 13.
Thank you. Display the vote. And that's carried 11-2 as well. So we'll pause the city plan there because it now has to go through the much discussed regional evaluation framework process in conjunction with our neighbors. So that plays out over a period of time, and you'll be able to keep tabs on it, and it will come back for third reading, hopefully before the end of the year here, but it'll be transparent what's happening at the board for those following along with the board's process. So there are some subsequent motions, I understand. I don't know if those are queued up, if the clerks have wording for them in any particular order.
We do have wording for a few.
Okay. In whatever your document is, which one do you have first?
We have Councillor Zadek's first.
Okay, Councillor Zadek.
Thank you. Just let me read off of the same screen that I'm looking at. Okay. Subsequent motion that the mayor, on behalf of City Council, write a letter to the Minister of National Defence to explore the removal of the airplane approach encumbrances impacting the development rights of land in North Edmonton, given that the former airport at Canadian Forces Base Edmonton is decommissioned, and that administration propose amendments to City Plan Map 12 heliport approach zone accordingly if the minister approves the encumbrances. And thank you, Councillor Knack. Just to very briefly, I don't really need to introduce it because I spoke to it a bit during questions for the city plan, but I would just say that the encumbrances, although different, are similar to the restrictions we found with the city center airport that impacted the building of downtown Edmonton in terms of height. I'm not suggesting it's the same thing, but it's similar. And we don't know, notwithstanding existing plans, it looks like the Horse Hill area might be impacted more, so Councillor Paquette can comment on that if required. But it also impacts a fair swath of land in the northwest and the northeast. So the airport is decommissioned.
Sorry, I should have just I need to get a seconder for the motion.
Oh, it's second, sorry.
Councillor Knack, thank you very much. Okay, carry on.
Yeah, no problem. I would just say that the airport has been decommissioned for years. All military flights of airplanes happen out of Cold Lake. There is the 40, is it 401? No. There is a helicopter squadron there. I should know their title. But they don't require these types of approaches. And I just know that the Crown, left on their own, is not going to remove these encumbrances, which I'm sure are also impacted on land titles. So, but removing them at a higher level will be the first step for development rights on the north end to possibly achieve heights that aren't possible now, notwithstanding what's permitted in our statutory plans. I just think that if the Crown would remove this would be a good positive first step, and that's all.
Thank you very much. Questions on the motion? Councillor Henderson?
Well, my memory is it's more than just heights that this is affecting. This has gotten in the way of us in terms of wetlands and water spaces. There's quite a few things that this would open up to allow for more creative planning up there, correct?
Councillor, that's correct. There's some restricted covenants related to water bodies and migratory bird patterns and landing areas and that are all a part of it, correct?
So I guess, I'm guessing, Councillor Zadek, that it would be your intention that those kind of things would be part of what we'd be asking for as well, that we would hopefully be removed. Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Other questions? I think the speakers that are on the list here are from the previous speakers list.
I am new.
Councillor Paquette, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's a question for administration on this, and that is, are our build forms constrained currently as far as what we envision would go into the development of that area surrounding the decommissioned airport?
Councillor, it's Jamie Johnson here. There are restrictions that indicate with built form, and most of it's about height out there, but a lot of it is about the landmass and how it can be brought together with the recognition of, like I say, migratory landing areas and stuff, but there are building restrictions as well.
Right, understood. I just, generally, building restrictions are for height, and I'm just wondering if, as far as development, for example, of the EETP, if it's envisioned that there would be that kind of height that would restrict industry or business from going into the area. Just trying to understand what this is accomplishing, if anyone can answer that.
So, as I understand it, they're based on trajectories of flight paths. So in the ETP, as you would get close to the base up there, it does get relatively low. Out in the middle or further away from the edge, there's a higher one. But I'm going off memory from reading these documents in the past. They do have height limitations based on the angular plane coming in, and so near the edges it is relatively low.
Oh, okay. And last question, I guess, is that it's still a heliport approach zone, correct?
Yes, as far as we are aware, it is an operational heliport approach.
Okay. And so obviously that approach zone and those trajectories would probably have to be taken into account. And one would assume that that's much different than what an aircraft would require. Just a fixed wing aircraft.
Yes, that's our understanding as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. And, I guess last question. There's no cost associated for the city of Edmonton in this?
89 cents.
Whew. All right. Well.
We'll send it electronically.
All right. Thank you. You know, I'm not comfortable asking my neighbors for 89 cents, but okay.
Oh, that's right. If you're sending it to Ottawa, you just put it in the mail.
It's all one wallet.
Yeah. Yeah. Any other questions on this motion? Really good flag, Councillor Zadek. I think we can call the vote on this one.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I would just also say
comments. I apologize. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I don't want to close, but I just wanted to address one other aspect. So cell towers could potentially be of heights that would be restricted. So for our telecommunications infrastructure, also land uses that attract birds are restricted in some of these flight paths. And it's a low effort. It's your effort, Mr. Mayor, to write the letter, and the minister will say yes or no. But again, they won't do this on their own. So I think it's worth the ask. So that's all.
Thank you. I'm going to get this able group of astute experts to write the letter. I'll just sign it. So thanks. That's how it works most of the time. Just so as you know. Okay, please vote.
Just waiting for Councillor Paquette's vote, please. And we have 13.
Display the vote, please. That's carried unanimously. Who do we have up next in your queue for subsequent?
We have 2 from Councillor Walters.
Okay, Councillor Walters, go ahead.
I'd like to second that, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, the one that's coming from Councillor Walters on the growth management framework? Okay.
I believe, yes.
So noted. Notice of desire to second has been registered.
It was not the one to remove the funding from the stadium station. No, I'm joking.
Easy.
I would never
We've had
do
a
that.
good day here. Let's just roll.
That LRT train has left the station. Stadium is in completion rather than starting. So
well, it would be ruled out of order. Then.
I was just worried when someone said City Center Airport. But anyway, carry on.
Yeah. That administration. You might have seconded that administration provide a high-level update describing the contents of the growth management framework, the level of engagement planned with relevant stakeholders, and an update on the progress of the infrastructure cost sharing strategies.
And Councillor Katarina seconds?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so that's before us. Questions on that? We've had a fair bit of discussion about that over the last 10 years. So if there are no questions, is there anyone wishing to speak to it? Closing thoughts?
No, I've provided them throughout the hearing.
Okay, please vote.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, I'm just confirming with administration a due date for this one. I'm not quite sure
fair.
the 12 weeks is.
Yeah, that's maybe a little more.
Fair. Well, whatever they suggest.
We'd suggest Q1 to align with some of the other reports we're bringing forward on city plan.
And that's going to come back to
Mr. Mayor,
committee?
I do have a question.
It would come back to Urban Planning Committee, yes.
That makes sense. Clarifying question
Just
then,
a clarifying
Councillor Walters?
question. Forgive me, I meant to ask this. I had made a motion previously about the, shortening the timeframes between NSPs and infrastructure provisions. So is that kind of time to come back?
We'll cross-reference the reports and
Okay.
bring them back to the same committee date.
Okay, great. Thank you. In closing, that sounds excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else on this? Not seeing any, then let's hazard a vote.
Just missing Councillor Katarina.
I did press the button, but yes.
That's her team, thank you.
Thank you. Display the vote. And that's carried unanimously as well. And your other motion? Microphone check, please. There you go.
That for the 2020 Infill Compliance Team Annual Report to Urban Planning Committee Administration include an update on residential compliance and reporting measures, explore options related to policy procedures and practices to support infill compliance.
Second.
And that's just sort of the takeaway from the feedback that was put forward by the residential infill working group in terms of that being the right place to have a conversation about some of the changes that maybe need to be made to compel greater compliance and to avoid some of the challenges in the pictures that were shown during the course of the hearing.
Thank you. Councillor Walters, questions on that one? Councillor Henderson, proceed.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether the concept of compliance is broad enough to capture some of the things I think they were asking about, because the frustration here has always been coming up with the right tools to make sure that the kind of disruption that I think is being recognized is actually something we can do something about. And the frustration here is we are still working on giving ourselves or having the right tools or using the provincial tools in a way that actually is effective. So my worry is using the word compliance here is not broad enough to really capture the issues that are being raised, because they may be completely compliant and still doing exactly what is creating problems for us. So maybe I would have to ask that question to administration if there's something else to make sure we get the full spectrum of this. I mean, the frustration here is about us having the right tools to make sure that what people are complying to is good enough. And I think this is obviously that is still not the case, and we're still somewhat hamstrung by our ability to enforce compliance around some of these issues that we're going to have to deal with if we're going to have the public on board. So do you want to? Okay, yeah.
Well, that's why it talks about explore options related to policy, procedures, and practices that would support, and maybe support's the wrong word.
Yeah,
That would compel compliance because it's changes that maybe.
No, it's that use of the word compliance there that worries me. Support, infill, compliance isn't what it's about.
Well, we could say could improve infill outcomes. If I take that as friendly, because I think outcomes is what, compliance is an outcome, but if it's, so I don't want to fuss around too much with that. If you have a suggestion, I'll be very open to it.
I think it's about protection of the neighbor's interests, quite frankly. Let's be honest, that's the issue here.
That's a separate issue, though, that we've looked at in the past, and that balloons the scale of the report. So I'm going to suggest that would be a separate motion.
Yeah.
Sure, I think that's the issue that's being raised for us, quite frankly.
Councillor Henderson, I would also suggest that would be a different body of work and a pretty major body of work that we need to look at through the zoning bylaw. I'm not sure that I have a great answer on the fly right now about how we'd approach that body of work.
I know we don't have answers, I recognize that, but that's the question that's being asked of us. That was the challenge that was put to us, so.
So the report that we're bringing forward on compliance in December could look at the current toolbox and perhaps it'll start to explore potential other tools, and that might help. It's going to have to be a continued conversation about infill, and so the December report might be the best place for Urban Planning Committee to have that conversation and provide some more direction to administration on further work.
Yeah, I just think we're kidding ourselves if we don't think that that's the discussion we still have. And I know there aren't easy answers. I get that. I'm not saying we're shirking here. I don't know what the answers are, but it is something, if we can't answer this question, I think what we're hearing is we lose public trust. And that's always been the problem, and we don't have the tools right now to answer this question. So as long as we can talk about it here, I think that was the challenge. That was the gauntlet that was thrown down in requesting to put this into the plan. So that we need to come up with answers.
With the second point in that motion, we would start to address exactly that. It wouldn't be a full body of work, but it'll definitely be the start of a very important ongoing conversation.
As long as there's a recognition that's what we're talking about, because I think if we just use the strict meaning of the word compliance at this point, the reality is they are compliant right now, and it's not answering the problem.
Understood, and there's going to have to be a bigger conversation with industry and council about risks and trade-offs and shared accountability. I would say that it's not just on the city.
Okay, all right. Well, I mean, there's nothing wrong with doing this piece of work. I just want to make sure that other one doesn't get lost, so thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Knack, if you could take the chair.
I've got the chair.
Just, I mean, not to get into the policy debate on this, but one quick question is what the jurisdiction of the city in a private to private dispute? That's what we've always run into on this, is that and so to insert ourselves in that where we don't have jurisdiction, where it's and it's awful that this happens, but I am concerned, and maybe Mr. Johnson, you can give us just the high level, what has typically been not just the city's position, but the law in this respect.
Mr. Mayor, you're correct. It's fraught with difficulties because ultimately these are private interests that they are then come into competition with each other. The city's role in here is regulatory and approval of land from a zoning perspective, and then of course under building code we regulate and enforce the provincial rules. If you're not breaching any of those, it's really difficult for the city to come into there without going all the way and likely bringing liability on itself by becoming a party into that mix. Ultimately, it does end up as a private to private issue. There is, law and common law jurisdiction around that. And you deal with damages and you deal with loss, but it's not an easy road. We acknowledge even for those private parties in that situation. So,
and that risk, as awful as it is when it manifests with an irresponsible contractor and becomes a neighbor-to-neighbor dispute, existed before the city plan, existed before the residential infill guidelines, existed before single lot subdivision. I think what's being brought to us is that there may be more conflict now because there is more construction activity, but the city is also aging. So this is, my concern is pinning this on the city plan or pinning this on the city's infill objectives when it's a construction problem that exists even with monster houses, which you could build 10 years ago under the old zoning bylaw, compliant with the MNO. This could happen. So I'm nervous about this. I recognize it's an issue. I'm nervous about whether the city wants to, should take on something way outside of our jurisdiction. People are arguing we're doing too much of that as it is. So I guess in speaking to it, I'll support it, but I'm very concerned about beyond education and beyond rigorous compliance of what we can seek compliance of. I'm very sympathetic to the issue that has been raised by the speakers and the folks from the infill working group and by Councillor Henderson. I'm not sure that I want to give false hope that we could do more and then disappoint people that we're not doing something that we've said all along we can't do. So that's my concern, but it is an ongoing issue, and if there are more things we can do around the compliance and can do around the education and or builder certifications or different things that we've talked about in the past on the compliance side, I'm very interested in that. But entering into the landowner to landowner issue, I think is fraught with challenges, Mr. Johnson says. So I have heartburn at the prospect. But I'll stop there, take the chair back, and go to Councillor McKean.
Thank you. And my memory is we've been dealing with this the whole time that I've been on council. And it's been frustrating. Mr. Johnson, I wanted to ask you, the argument we get, or that I get, is because the city has approved that project to go ahead, that we have onus on us. Question would be, I guess, whether it's legal or moral onus on us to support the neighboring properties if there are problems.
So legally, we approve construction and development on a site. We do not approve, unless there's agreements between parties, that construction and development or detriment of it encroach onto neighboring properties. That's where it becomes a neighbor-to-neighbor private issue between them. There is, in my opinion, not a legal obligation on the city to respond or be involved in that. I can't answer on the moral obligation, of course.
Yeah, no, and Ms. McCabe, I just, I hope that we could give this a bit more further thought on the middle path we might take, so that we maybe don't end up in liability, but we actually support with information and other ways the neighbors who are facing these consequences. Because man, I've had a few in my time, and they're awkward to it is awkward to tell a citizen that they're on their own. You have to sue the guy or something. That just feels really inadequate. There was kind of a question there, but maybe there's no answer.
If I need to assist, I would argue that education is still, in the long term, the best approach to make sure individuals are aware of their rights at the time of development permit. And I know we've talked about that multiple times as well.
Councillor McKean, if this motion passes, we'll explore the tools and the opportunities in the report and start that conversation at committee about risk and compliance and the role of the city and what the tools are that we have in our toolbox, and perhaps where we have to work with the province more to advocate for a different set of tools. It's definitely something that the city's been working on, and something that we'll have to continue to work on as we go forward.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Walters to close. Go ahead. Let me just double check. Anybody else with questions or comments before I go to Councillor Walters to close? Seeing none, proceed.
So we know this is all very tricky. That's a fact. There's many layers. There's our plans and our policy directions, which compel infill and redevelopment beyond just aging housing stock, which on its own compels redevelopment. There's our zoning bylaw about to be sort of rebuilt, which sets the rules, some of the rules for the redevelopment. The building code sets some rules as well. Then we talk about education. We've talked about it a lot. We have the pending builders classification expedited development permits for good builders, and then other kinds of less good builders get a little more hand-holding, a little more oversight. That's in development. So I think that's a wise thing that we've sort of, that's a road we've walked down. Then we have our capacity to ensure, questions around capacity to ensure our compliance of the existing rules that we have. And then we also have a capacity to learn from the mistakes that builders are making and that we're making, to sort of kind of work those back into updates and new strategies and new approaches. And then there's the home builders licensing program now provincially, which we still have to figure out how that works for us and whether that's a real lever for us or not. So there's a lot. There's the lot grading question, which now we have extra lot grading requirements in the permit phase to avoid flooding onto your neighbor's property resulting from bad development. So we do a lot of this stuff already. I'm I'm not putting this motion forward because it's a suggestion that we're not doing anything. It's just that the problem still persists. And those pictures that were shown were not people in compliance. To counter what Councillor Henderson said, these are people who would benefit from some education and some hand-holding and some enforcement and some strategies that we may not have figured out yet. So their questions are best answered, I understand, from the wisdom of our administration in the context of an already scheduled annual infill compliance report, where we can talk about this at committee with the benefit of those folks coming and providing their input. And I also want to note that I remember very clearly the conversation we had about the neighbor-to-neighbor stuff and the limitations that we have. Law Branch was very engaged in those conversations with us and told us what our limits were. And there's frankly not a lot we can do there. But before we get to that point, I still think to respond to what I believe those folks were saying, there's more we can do to drive compliance to avoid those kinds of circumstances. So that's what this is. And I think this is the proper place to address some of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have 13.
Thank you. And display the vote. Carried unanimously. Are there any other subsequent motions? Not seeing any, then I will call for notices of motion. I understand there's at least one.
I have one, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Essinger.
I would move that administration provide a report to committee on the status and plans for any unfunded parks in the city of Edmonton, including information on the status of land acquisition, how long residents have lived in the area, the status of funding, and any known timelines for design and construction.
Thank you. So that will be at the next regular council. Is there clear notice to next week, or would it be the one after?
There's clear notice.
Clear notice? Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Notice is received, Councillor Essinger, for next week. Was there, I think there was one more, wasn't there? Councillor Paquette?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. At the next city council meeting, I will move the following: that administration provide a report that outlines options for supporting our local economy, including options for small food growers and other home-based businesses to move more easily sell their products either on site and or to move their products to market. Options for speeding up work to simplify and streamline approval processes for business applications, for example, concierge service for business permits, and options to further promote both government and citizen support as customers of small local businesses and startups, for example, buy local campaigns. And I will send that text out to everyone as well.
Thank you. Are there any other notices of motion? Seeing none, then.
We do need to just deal with the private item from yesterday.
I'll move
just
to receive that for information.
And
Right,
keep
yeah,
it
just
private,
receive for
please.
information
And to keep it in
and keep in
private.
private, subject to 17, 24, and 25, as previously outlined. Thank you. Councillor Henderson. Again, just a process update, no big announcements. Who was the seconder for that? I'll second it. I'll just seek unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the adoption of, or the receipt of information of 4.1 and keep in private? Not seeing any. Then that is carried, and thank you for catching that. Anything further? Anything else I missed? Or are we done for now? Okay, then this council meeting is adjourned.
Testing, 1, 2, testing. Uh-oh. Can you log in? They can't hear me. You need to turn it on through there. Sorry, councillors, can anybody hear me in council chambers? You have to. Yep. Or do you want me to? No, I'm just going to add you to the meeting. Oh. No, it doesn't. You have to log in. Erin, would you mind going in the back and grabbing the consultant? She's in a yellow jacket. She's the only woman back there, and asking her to come out. Please and thank you. She's in the bunker, yeah. If you don't mind. Testing, 1, 2. Councillors, the Google
If you're showing
councillors.
us something, we can't see it.
Are you going to share your screen?
There it comes. Yeah.
Hi. So, councillors, we're broadcasting online and we're broadcasting on YouTube. So.
Is that you?
That's me.
How old were you, Tim? I'll put it that way.
I was, that's,
Counselor.
I think, grade 11 or grade 12. That's at the, a running race.
Good afternoon, councillors from council chambers. Is there any chance anybody in Google Land can hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Oh, great. That's great. Thank you. So just so you know, we're just getting a few things set up here in chambers. We right now are in public and we're broadcasting on YouTube. And we're just turning the web streaming on and we're just getting ourselves set up here.
So Tim, everybody saw.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll post it on Facebook later.
No, we missed it. Sorry. No, we missed it.
I have a picture of me from Grant McEwen years where I had a lot of hair. I'm going to find that and I will send it to you, Tim, just so you can be shocked and amazed.
Fake news, Scott McKeon. I don't know anyone has ever known you with hair.
Well, it was gone pretty early, but I did actually have it at one point. Are we still on because I want to use a 2-word
So we are,
phrase that Sarah right now.
Please, I feel like I'm just going to let you say whatever you want to with just the friendly reminder that your faces are not broadcasting, but your voices are live on YouTube.
I love
in that case, my name is Tim Cartmel, and I have a few things to say.
Ben, how much did you enjoy going through that city plan in detail? Come on, tell us.
I actually, most of it were notes that I took immediately when we were all locked down. And I thought, well, this is a chance to read the darn thing, so.
How nice for the rest of us.
Well, I confess it. I was mostly fairly ward specific. No, I guess
No,
it wasn't. Yeah.
It was fine. I just like the level of detail you were going into was impressive.
Well, I'm remembering last time having been thinking things were okay last time and realizing later that it was in the fine print that everything really mattered.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, because in some ways it was some of our looseness with language last time that came back to haunt us.
Well, you did good work, sir.
Well, and I don't have to do another one. Well, none of us will have to do another one theoretically. Until the region turns it back at us.
10 years.
No. No, that's the point. This is not a 10-year plan.
Yep. Yeah, okay. So it won't be updated, because I was gonna give NAC